Under the ground, the worms wiggle by as spiders spin webs up in the sky. Creepy crawls all through the night, but none of them give a scary fright. Wiggly worms in pumpkin patches, slithering through the leaves in batches. Creepy crawlers in the trees, dancing softly in the breeze. But don't you worry, they're here for fun, joining the games of everyone. They may be slimy, long and small, but they bring joy to one and all. So if you see them in the dark, watch them wiggle and leave a mark. Wiggly worms and creepy crawls, Halloween fun for one and all. Under the ground, the worms wiggle by as spiders spin webs up in the sky. Creepy crawls all through the night, but none of them give a scary fright. Wiggly worms in pumpkin patches, slithering through the leaves in batches. Creepy crawlers in the trees, dancing softly in the breeze. But don't you worry, they're here for fun, joining the games of everyone. They may be slimy, long and small, but they bring joy to one and all. So if you see them in the dark, watch them wiggle and leave a mark. Wiggly worms and creepy crawls, Halloween fun for one and all. So if you see them in the dark, watch them wiggle and leave a mark. Wiggly worms and creepy crawls, Halloween fun for one and all. But don't you worry, they're here for fun, joining the games of everyone. They may be slimy, long and small, but they bring joy to one and all. So if you see them in the dark, watch them wiggle and leave a mark. Wiggly worms and creepy crawls, Halloween fun for one and all.
All right, welcome to the show, everybody. We have a great show for you guys today. Obviously, you guys know Candace Owens, Owen Wilson debate. It's going to break the internet today. Joining me as my guest host, we have a bunch of other people that are going to join as well, throughout the day. But as my guest host with me the whole time, it's going to be Mitchell Manley, which is Artifacts Memoir on YouTube, or actually YouTube NX, right?
Everywhere. YouTube, X, Instagram, artifactsmemoir.com. We got it all, bro.
That's right. So he's going to join me, and so we're going to give you guys commentary and kind of go over it today, and it's going to be fun. I don't really know what. Oh shit! I was muted. Damn.
No, you're good. I got you.
All right, so welcome to the show. I'm Colin, Project Constitution. Today we have a great show for you guys today. Candace Owens, Owen Wilson debate. We are going to be giving good commentary. We got Mitchell Manley, Artifacts Memoir on all socials, YouTube, X, Instagram, whatever. He's going to be joining with me all day today as my guest host. And we also have other people that are going to be showing up throughout the day, popping in as well. So we have a good show for you guys today, and we'll see how this goes. I really don't know what to expect. I know Candace knows the most about this case than anybody. But so if it's about the facts, if it's actually about the evidence and the facts, like, she would win hands down. But Andrew Wilson, he's a bad faith debater. He doesn't, he wants to debate definitions. He wants to debate, all kind of, he just uses a lot of bad faith tactics. So I don't really know how this is going to go. It's going to
be a fun one.
Show right away. And it'll be a long one too, because Andrew Wilson is actually known for doing like 8-10 hour debates. So
it's going to be a fun one. I'm looking forward to it.
Definitely. All right. Real quick, I just want to address one thing real quick, as Tim Pool apparently was mentioning me on his show today or whatever. So obviously you guys know what happened yesterday I posted the Hunter Kozak article, and then Brandy and Billy flipped out on me because it revealed something that I guess they weren't supposed to tell Hunter, or that Hunter told, or not Hunter, but his wife Shelby told them that they were not supposed to tell. They told him that, they told them that in confidence, and they weren't supposed to tell other people, but they did. And that got back to me, and I felt it was relevant. It was very important, considering that one of the biggest accusations against them is that they are, FedOps, that they are, crisis actors. So the fact that she would say right before that Shelby would say to Brandy and Billy right before their debate that that she applied to work for the CIA multiple times, and it's her dream job. I think that's pretty relevant. So obviously I put that out. I didn't betray anybody's trust by doing it because, like I said, Brandy and Billy isn't the one I got the information from. So that's just a whole bunch of crap. And no, I'm not blowing up like what he says here is, that, I'm spilling the beans and I'm exposing everyone. No, I'm not. Okay. All I did was Billy, I exposed her as being a bad actor is what I did. You could see it in the text messages talking about you people when she says, you people have no sympathy at all. And then defending Hunter Kozak and stuff. You people implies like what people, the people that are asking questions, the people that want the truth and are investigating. Because, when she says you people, that kind of implies she's not with us. She's against us. So, yeah, I exposed that. And then she crashed out even more, even going and trashing Candace Owens on the Spaces last night with Gary. Really showed her true ass. So that's all I did. I exposed somebody who was working with or sympathetic to TPUSA, and because we police ourselves. Obviously, if there's people that are bad actors within our midst, we're going to expose them, and that's all I did. So I'm not blowing everything up. I'm not going after everybody. No, I saw something that wasn't right, and I said something, and that's all it's about. So that's all I did. Anyway, guys, so I just wanted to get that out of the way real quick because people are making a big deal about it, more of a big deal about it than it is, because obviously the Fed sloppers are going to try to capitalize on that. Oh, and the other thing is, they're trying to say, oh, well, look, it's proof that Candace Owens' side is working with Z and unfuck America. That's a lie as well. Okay, the only reason that that Brandy and Billy talked to Z is because when Hunter did that interview with Brandy and Billy, he told a whole bunch of lies about her and about the organization. And I am friends with Z personally. So Z reached out to me and asked me if I know them, and to ask them, if they would be willing to interview her. That way she could set the record straight or whatever. So that's all I did. I connected them. They had that one conversation, and that's all it was. So it's not like we're all colluding together and talking to each other. Not at all. So don't let anybody tell you differently. They're full of shit, lying to you. And that's basically all we got about that. All right. So with that being said, let's see what we got going on. Okay, it still has not started yet, but let's go ahead and get it up on the screen so we can get prepped.
What's your prediction for this? How do you think it's going to go? How do you think it's going to open up?
I think it's going to start out. I think it's going to start out with fireworks. Them being very adversarial. I think it's going to go. Honestly, I think it's going to go much like the Victor Marks one. I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think there's going to be. It's going to be a fun morning for sure. I think they're both going to come out the gate swinging, to say the least.
Oh yeah, I think like I said, I think originally I think when we first start, they're going to come out swinging. They're going to be very adversarial towards each other, and then I don't know, maybe give it like 20 minutes or so, and then eventually they'll things will calm down and they'll actually try to start talking to each other. And then I think Andrew will eventually just keep doing his. I think he will wear her down with his bad faith tactics and stuff. And at some point, I think it's just going to devolve into just a complete shit show.
I don't know if he's gonna wear her down. I think you'll be impressed. I feel like she's gonna hold her own pretty well.
Oh yeah, no, she's gonna don't get extreme. She's gonna destroy him, absolutely destroy him. But I just mean like his tactics. He's going to constantly use those tactics, and it's just going to devolve in a shit show to where, we're not going to be getting any debate back and forth whatsoever. It's just going to be basically just going at each other.
The one thing I hope is that it doesn't devolve into just like a shouting match, right? That's kind of my biggest frustration with what's happening on Twitter Spaces a lot of the times these days. Is just like it devolves into a shouting match and we get nowhere and no productive conversation happens, right? And that's unfortunately like when the talking stops is when the violence starts, and that's like kind of what this is all a test of, right? Like hopefully we can maintain some semblance of civility today.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's what I said. That's my biggest fear. Especially because I know it'll go on for a long time. It's going to be a long debate, and I don't know when. Hopefully, we'll get a lot of good, honest debate in there before that happens. But I really do feel that at some point it's going to devolve into, when I say a shit show, that's exactly what I mean.
Well, that's why we have a moderator, right? And hopefully we trust that Patrick Bet-David's come at this in good faith, and that's all
we know he's not.
For.
We know he's not. He's a simp for Israel, big time. He's honestly he's a cock too, because he even they remember when they said something. I forget what it was, but he said something on a show about about TPUSA, and it was factual, but then, Andrew Colbert tweeted at him, how dare you take that down? And he did.
Oh, wasn't it the Aspen video controversy? That's what kind of launched it, right?
Okay, yeah, exactly. I think that's what it was about. Axe Capital, $20 super chat. Thank you very much, brother. Says, Hiram Abith ritual was used to mark JFK and CJK, both taken out by security team called the Three Ruffians, Freemasons, and Kabbalists like our president. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that. Yeah, definitely, I agree with you. Security team for sure, and the Freemasons are involved, and yeah, absolutely, our president is involved as well. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, so while we are, okay, it's about to start. So here we go. Hold on,
It's time.
It's time. Here we go, guys. All right. So by the way, you can either super chat us, or if you want, you can send me a buy me a coffee. Just scan that QR code right down there at the bottom of the screen on the right hand side, and you can leave a comment on there, and I will read your comments out at the end of the show. I'm not going to do it. I'll do it during breaks. I'll read super chats and comments during breaks, if we get breaks, or towards the end. Once the debate's over, I'll read all the super chats. But I'm not going to be, saying them during the show, though. I don't want to interrupt it.
Yeah, I want to be able to hear these points that are made.
So, yeah, so this is going to be fun. See, that's how this trashy Andrew operates. He's a Johnny-come-lately that will be destroyed and forgotten as quickly as he arrived. Much like Destiny, he also came from the Whatever podcast.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's where he defended rape too. That's why I keep calling him the rape defender, like in that video I put out today. Yo, if you're trying to kill time, you should run that. It's like less than 90 seconds, and it'll be a good way to start this.
Yeah, send me the link in the private chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, Andrew is a nobody. I've never heard of him before prior to prior to him all of a sudden trying to interject himself after that meeting with Turning Point and constantly, trying to antagonize me into responding to him, try to antagonize others into responding to him. I got information from people inside Turning Point that actually, and I warned everybody, if you guys remember, I was the first one. I warned everybody early on that he was not here in good faith. He didn't want to actually answer any questions. He was paid by Turning Point. What his goal was to set us up and to get us to engage, to say actionable, for us to make actionable statements that they can then later come by and sue us for defamation about. That's his only goal. That's Turning Point's goal, and that's why they hired him, and that's the only reason why he's been trying to engage all of us creators, and why he really wants Candace. That's why they're going so hard to try to get a hold of Candace.
Yeah, this would be interesting. I don't know if they expected this. This feels like something that Candace called their bluff on almost, and like it kind of got ahead of them too quickly, and then they lost control of it. And now they kind of had to put both their money and reputations where their mouths were, right? But yeah, I made this last night. It was a lot of fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, Goyam and Gunettes and Ledsloppers around the world, this is the debate of the year. In the red corner with over 100,000 fact-check survivals, we have Candace Owens. In the blue corner, we have a rape defender and fed slop cock, Andrew Wilson. His main victim tends to be OnlyFans girls.
The media does all the time to Republicans, to our...
Oh, all right, we're on.
She live? Oh, let's get it.
No, you had her voice in it, didn't you?
Yeah.
President was conservatives. You tried to manipulate what I said to fit your narrative.
Is it logically possible that there's ever been a woman who's been SA'd who enjoyed it?
I'm not going to.
Can you answer my question? No. Is it logically possible?
I'm not ascribing anything.
Do you think there's ever been a single...
What an insane statement.
It's time!
Oh, let's get it. I'm so ready for this, dude. Let's go. This is going to be so fun. Thanks for asking me to come on, man. I think you're muted. I can't hear you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, bro. I appreciate it.
The
other co-host that I had scheduled to come on, he has another job. He has a full-time job and got called an emergency call for his other job at 3 o'clock in the morning. So he didn't even get back in until 9 o'clock this morning. So he's like, dude, no way. So, yeah, you came last minute, so I definitely appreciate that.
Happy to be here, for real.
Everybody definitely follow him, man. He's a good guy. I've interviewed him on my channel before. He's doing good work exposing them. Got another $2 super chat from Struggle Society. God bless y'all. Stay safe. Thank you very much. Candace is the one that needs all of our blessings and prayers right now, though, because she's basically, I know it's in her studio, but she's basically walking into Lion's Den. Like
she's inviting the enemy into the protected area. So
exactly,
it's a bold move.
And she's going to be outnumbered. So Andrew wants to play like he's the victim, like he's the underdog. No, Candace clearly is the underdog here because he has more people that are going to be there with him. he's not going to get to control it. The moderator that's supposed to be a neutral moderator is not neutral. He's a simp for Israel and, best friends with Turning Point.
I wonder if Candace is going to bring up the fact that, like, some of the comments that Charlie made that, in my and many people's opinions, inevitably got him killed were first made on Patrick Bet-David's show, Like, he was on his show when he asked the questions about the stand down order. So I'm interested if she's gonna use that today as a kind of a weapon of debate, or it'll be interesting.
Yeah, actually, good point. That'll be interesting to see for sure. Yeah, here we go. Father God, please give Candace clarity and strength. Amen. Absolutely. She was built for this. Absolutely.
Amen.
100%.
I mean, and again, like, if we're killing time, dude, I'll send it to you right now. We can go watch her and Kanye on 2018 and on TMZ. Like, it was just, she was built for this. She's been doing this for years. Like, and to your point, Colin, like, I had never heard of Andrew Wilson before kind of getting involved in this, and when I heard his name, I was like, who? Like, I don't know who that is. And people were hyping him up, and they were like, oh, this person debated Andrew Wilson. And I'm like, again, who are you talking about? Right? And now this is, again, the biggest debate of the year, arguably. And I think, in a way, for people to call Candace a grifter, again, Candace was established for years. She came up alongside Charlie in 2017, 2018, even earlier than that, probably. And I don't think many people knew of Andrew Wilson before this. I know I didn't, and I was inside the TPUSA ecosystem for over a decade. So I just think that, we all need to kind of reconsider what grifting actually is, because it's not searching for the truth when your friend gets publicly assassinated. It's, coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, I completely agree. And by the way, Z had told me that Andrew Wilson actually has been trying to, he's been like, he's always wanted to be part of Turning Point USA. Charlie wanted nothing to do with him, but he like, they wouldn't let him into like Amfest and stuff. And I remember that Z said that, he was begging her to try to get him tickets and get him into Amfest and stuff.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. So clearly, Charlie had enough common sense to know, I don't want to be associated with this guy. He's a drunk. He's a, bad faith actor. He's just a nasty person. But the new Turning Point 2.0, clearly they think otherwise. They think it's a good idea to involve themselves with lowlifes like him, with Paramount Tactical, with this Lisa Knows Nothing, all these people. So, I mean, you could just see the people they associate with are people that Charlie would absolutely never, ever, 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 ever have had anything to do with previously.
And I think it gets to the deeper point of it's completely opposite of everything he stood for, which was always questioning things, always challenging the narrative, right? Whether it was COVID or Jussie Smollett or anything, right? He was always kind of the devil's advocate as far as like conspiracy theories are concerned, right? And so now for all of these people who claim to be his friends to turn around and say, no, just trust the state on this. The government's always right. The justice system is not flawed. There's never been evidence fabricated in our history when, he's on record challenging pretty much all of these claims, it's laughable. We are living in the upside down. It feels like the Matrix has kind of gone off the rails, and those of us who are out here speaking out are, in my opinion, doing what more people should be doing. And that's what's even more surprising is how people just don't really seem to care that much outside of, these circles.
Well, I say it all the time. You're 100% right on that. The Matrix has glitched. It's gone haywire, and people have noticed. And Charlie's death has woken a lot of people up. And I really do believe that it is the catalyst for the next revolution. And I think that all of us that right now that are speaking out and doing the right thing, we are the people that are, we are the beginning of that revolution. We are the people that are laying the seeds, seeding the soil getting the setting the foundation for that to happen. Because people are woken up, they realize that both sides are evil, both sides are corrupt, and it's no longer a Republican versus Democrat thing. It's us versus them. You know, it's all of us versus the elites, the Epstein class. You know, that the sooner people realize that, the sooner we can fix this mess that we're all living in.
No, you're 100% right. And it's like that clip that, you know, I've kept resharing that Honest Ash originally put out, which is, you know, the clip from Charlie in 2024, where he says, you know, this is not a Republican or Democrat issue. This is we the people versus the establishment, versus the oligarchs, versus the deep state, right? And all the way up to months and even weeks before his assassination, right, he was out here saying that the imminent threat to our republic is the deep state. It's not, you know, transgenders. It's not the left. It's not communism, as the White House and both Jack Posobiec are now trying to force down our throats, right? It was the deep state. And what we've seen is what I am now calling a color revolution, because that's what people were calling for as far back as 2023, when Charlie was challenging the narrative and siding with Elon Musk on the greater Israel issue and questions, right? And so it is rather interesting. You're right. It is up to us. I think, as Candace has said many times, you know, Charlie is present throughout this, and it's rather, I don't know, hypocritical, funny, ironic, I don't know which way you want to put it, that the people who were telling us all to pick up the mic, right, carry on Charlie's legacy after this ended, are now, you know, giving you cease and desist letters, telling people to stop asking questions, right, are mad at Candace Owens for picking up the mic and doing what Charlie would do, which is ask questions, challenge the narrative, etc. Anyone who does that now is like an enemy of the state and an enemy of Turning Point and is a blacklist. Like it doesn't make sense, right? Why are you like? It's a complete 180. It's so transparently obvious what's going on, and it goes back to what Charlie was about to pull the mask off of, which is, you know, the Israel issue and the Israel lobby. So, you know, for everyone who says we need to stop communism, I just repeat, we need to stop Zionism, right? It's I can use words too, and every propaganda that you throw our way about stopping communism that's, you know, as old as my father is, no offense, right, from the Cold War era, I'm going to just repackage and put Zionist in there, and it works the same way, right? Like the propaganda is not propaganding anymore. It's not propagating the same way. And it's up to people like us to continue calling it out. It's why I made that video this morning. It's why I made the video the other day, right? We're in a disinformation war, and the more that we can kind of point out the just lunacy of this whole situation, I think the more people will begin to kind of wake up and get to our perspective.
I completely agree, brother. Got another $5 super chat from Ashley Galady here. Says, thank you for your work. Big day. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Then we have 200 joules from Christy Goins. I don't know what the hell joules are, but thank you. I appreciate it. Says Jammin. We got 2 joules from Christy again. 100. Thank you very much. Yeah, so absolutely. I agree with you, man. And I got, hold on. Let me pull it up here. Let me find it. There it is. Yep. Okay. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Give me a second. My fat fingers accidentally hit stop sharing. Share screen. All right.
Classic moment. For those of you who haven't seen it, this is like peak 2018. This is when Charlie, Candace, and Kanye went to TMZ.
People are feeling. How many people felt something that I said today? Raise a hand if you felt something that I said today. Do you feel that I'm feeling, do you feel that I'm being free and I'm thinking free?
Point this upon you.
Okay, this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about, because these are two different versions of somebody else's truth. This is two different versions of somebody else's truth. So he gets up and he's talking slavery, right? Okay, I'm not enslaved, so that it's like I don't mean to insult his reality.
No, Kanye, come on over.
I don't mean
I just wanted to give him a hug.
right. Like I don't mean to.
No, I think he might
Bro,
want to fight.
they cut her off so early, and I was
Okay,
like,
but
dude, that was intentional.
What Kanye?
I love you, and I want to give you a hug. I feel like you want to fight me right now, but I love you.
I don't fight with my fist, man. I've been through that. This is what I'm saying.
So if I come over there, you're not gonna fight me?
No, I'm not gonna hit Kanye West and TMZ.
How many
It's like a whole 12-minute video. It's in the replies. If you haven't seen it, definitely go watch it. It's again, it's I don't know, conservative lore that you should know if you're not aware of it, right? But it's a piece of the puzzle that we're all trying to piece together here, which is the larger motivation, the larger interests. Oh, are we starting? Oh,
here we go.
Live? Okay, so we're officially live.
Let's go.
Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women.
This is all about Charlie. He's right about that. This whole thing is nothing. It's all about Charlie.
We have disagreed on something. We have a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment to all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence
you can tell he's anxious.
Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
Absolutely.
Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think
was
that's
his
what
hand
most people
shaking? Is he
mean when
nervous?
They say overwhelming evidence.
Yeah, he's
So
totally
a brief
nervous.
opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause.
Facts. Blake did
This was
write
sent
this.
in the context of a platform
totally.
dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated
You gonna
that Israel
mention
killed Charlie
Shlomo
Kirk
Pearl?
because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk.
This is open.
This is
statement.
If
open-
Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever
I call
could he have meant
bullshit
by
on that.
Well,
either
I
with
think
the
he
left
meant
is
exactly what he
not
said.
real. Anyways, it's all a
That
joke.
he was worried the left was going to try to kill him.
The left isn't a real
Now, we'll
thing.
discuss
It's
this
like,
more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never before seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what
So how do you
happens when you
fact-check
rely
that?
on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words,
Yeah, where's
they
the
don't have
proof?
evidence, they seem to just make
yeah,
up evidence.
like, can we
And what
see
did they make
the
up?
metadata on
Well,
that
in my
message?
opinion,
Like,
kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man.
lined the pockets. Again,
Well, we
Turning
came
Point
here
USA
today
has
to
made
debate,
billions of
so let's
dollars
get to
since
it.
Charlie
The
Kirk
debate
died.
topic today is one, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and two, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In some, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering,
Yes, it is.
I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her.
That's what it's all
fair to have
about.
doubts.
That's what the
trial has
justice
yet to
system is
occur.
founded on,
The
is
state
reasonable
hasn't
doubt.
even begun to try to prove their case
Exactly.
beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will
That's
not
how
be
you
able to
make
demonstrate
reasonable
that
doubt.
anyway.
That's
In fact,
what
she has
reasonable
almost no real
doubt
evidence
is.
at all of her
These
theory,
people are trying to
whether
redefine
it's supported
justice,
by
dude. They're
compelling witness
Bolsheviks.
Testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted
Totally
to defend her
subjective.
theory as merely viable. That is,
Yeah.
until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson is
Wow,
overwhelming,
already
all I'm
defining
saying
terms.
is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending
Kind
the
of
state's
discounts
case
all
and
of
welcome Candace bringing up any
faith if you
challenges
say
she would
that.
like.
No, I
But
don't know.
if I'm
Weird.
honest, the reason I was willing to pay the
Plus,
$300,000
Candace has
for this debate
she's
was to
provided
find
more
a chance
evidence than
for
anybody
someone
else
to demand
has.
Candace be held
Actual
accountable
evidence.
for the unbelievable theories and
Yeah.
claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more.
There it
damage,
is.
right?
Yep, we're trying to make her into a leftist.
Uses her considerable
Leftism's
platform
not
to
real.
relentlessly attack one of the most
That's their new
conservative
tactic, in
outreach
case you guys
organizations for
haven't
young
figured it
people.
out yet.
And she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Cost Turning Point $300,000.
Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the
I
substance.
love
of
how
the
she's
debate,
not reading
and
off
we'll just
anything.
Speak
So
to the
based.
audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a person.
She's authentic. That's something he isn't.
And diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk.
And he announced Charlie was dead even before Trump did.
Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so
I'm glad she capitalized on that.
All of these things happen in the immediate aftermath. And then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that. Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question.
Very true. Explain all the Google trends from Israel of everybody involved with the case.
And they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting
prior
to
to
ask
Charlie's
questions.
death.
I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So
Amen.
I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Cole, that he's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
They've been hiding behind all these shell influencers.
Let's see. In 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
With what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
She didn't say it was a
Yes,
fact.
Oh
He
my
asked her the
God, there's
percentage.
so much
He asked her what
evidence.
percentage. He also asked her like
Has.
what
I mean,
percentage.
I'm
Like
not
that's a
even
subjective
convinced that
question,
Charlie
and then for him to ask
was
for a
shot
fact feels
from the
weird.
rooftop on Losi that day.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence that has been,
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Spalhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not a
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
Losi,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller
Caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant,
Mhm.
and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously,
The
if this goes to
FBI
trial,
admitted that.
but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the
with
first, if you want to use the first part of that for the
yeah,
internal.
He's really
yeah,
starting
like,
with
we
the
should go over the
steakhouse?
actual
Okay,
evidence that we
so
feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I
Dude,
would
he's just
consider
gonna
that to
feed us
be
fed slop.
very
It's
good
like you don't
evidence,
realize
and
that
It
this
was
could all
planted.
be
matters
fabricated
that
evidence
claim
by the deep
that
state.
it's
Like this is
not
so
true.
silly.
I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core locks.
And it wasn't
absolutely
found near
could shatter
the
when it
roof
hits
or on the
neck
roof.
of
It
any
was
human
found
being.
in the
When you say
woods
that
in a
there's some steel
neighborhood
neck and it's a
away
smaller
from
caliber,
the thing,
you have to make
away
a
from
counter
the
explanation.
campus.
Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right,
Oh my
exactly. So if
gosh.
that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But definitely upon
Bullets
impact,
don't split
and we
apart
have
in
the
hair.
What?
Get the hell out of here.
What?
What a
Remington can bring
retard.
that up, the
Fact check
summarization,
that. What?
which
That-
means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him.
Yep.
I mean, near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun. Did you watch the testimony? Did you? Did you watch the preliminary
yeah, we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical.
gun
report
wasn't
was, did
fired,
you
by the way. There
watch
was dust in the
testimony
barrel.
that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner,
Mhm.
any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson
DNA
was
can
found
be
near
very
the crime scene, right?
Okay.
That doesn't
There were
remove
5
if you
other
think somebody
people's
set up as a
DNA on it
patsy,
as well,
right?
remember?
You could take a
Or
gun
4
out of
other
this room
people,
right
5
now
people
and you
total.
could walk out and
But
plant it in the
Tyler's was the
woods near
most
a crime scene.
degraded
Right? That's
DNA
not
on the
convincing evidence
rifle.
to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you
logically possible.
you, I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mhm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many
Oh
years.
wow.
For
I
many
didn't know
years.
that.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that it
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial.
Stolen valor.
Army sniper is a colloquial term.
Yeah.
What a loser, man. Oh
Okay.
my god. But
what
hey, he
did you
defends
do?
his wife all
Teach
the
this to my
time, remember?
classmates that you
So
taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
hmm
Uh,
And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many
Okay.
years
So-
alongside my,
wow.
my gun shop.
as with your expertise,
Mhm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris
Mhm.
that
Bingo.
was
She brought it
found
up
in the
good.
gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a
No,
point
no,
at
no,
a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my
there he
thought,
goes,
right?
You want to know
interrupting.
a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
wanted
I
to
want you to
start
respond
with
to
the
2 points. I
debris.
want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and
Mhm.
debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5
Mhm.
sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded.
Mhm.
So I would like you to
Bingo.
explain how Tyler Robinson's prints
That's
could be the most
insane,
degraded
dude.
when she said,
What?
actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's
Wow.
prints amongst 5 plus other prints were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. That
So
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle.
If the gun is
and it's all
fired,
dusty
any
inside
dust
the
would
bore,
be
you go
blown
fire
out
it,
of it,
you often look
dumbass.
down the bore and there's still dust.
Bro, also,
Okay.
I like,
Happens
how
all
does
the
this
time.
kid just
And
like
the prints?
nail his first
Yeah, so
shot?
the
Like,
prints,
it's just,
we don't know
come
all
on,
of the
dude.
details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long.
It's
We-
ridiculous.
on the
we
prints.
don't because they haven't gone to trial,
And manages
so
to
we
get
don't
off the
know,
roof, unscrew the
on
rifle,
print
screw it back
but
together.
Tyler
Like, that's why I made the
Robinson's
video I
DNA
did the other day,
was
'cause it's
claimed
so
that
insane.
Quigg's
It's so
DNA was on
insane.
there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took
Just
the prints.
happened.
But
Yeah.
the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis
well,
in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact
But-
is not going to change. That among the prints, his was the most degraded. So
Even
I'm
if-
asking you to
but
address that. How
well,
could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it. Let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a fact.
It's a
It's a
fact. It's a fact. They said it at the
We
trial.
should grant it because it's a
Okay,
fact that
so
she
now,
presented.
so now it's
Okay.
granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah,
So
What does that
what?
prove?
It proves that his prints were the most
Are we
degraded amongst 5 of them.
So
You're
what?
gonna have to
Nanny, nanny,
explain
boo,
how that's
Did he really just say,
possible.
so
God.
what?
Recently fired
So
one.
what, Andrew Wilson?
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain it.
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis?
It's your
on fingerprints or
responsibility. You're the
DNA?
one
Do you
who's
think that I work in a
defending the Fed
DNA
slot, bro.
laboratory
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
You
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did. But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
So
No, you
I don't
didn't.
know. I
But what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun
Mhm.
may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the three names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to
Lance
finish my
Twiggs.
statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right?
If the gun wasn't fired, that means it was planted, you idiot.
Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy.
If the gun was planted, obviously
for Lance Twiggs, or that he had any DNA there.
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson, that sort of information.
And Lance Twiggs' DNA was there, by the way.
The idea that he's a patsy.
Yes, because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming.
Too bad you can't log off of a Spaces.
We're having those conversations, and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom.
So
it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember.
That's somebody admitting that they lost. They don't have an argument.
Dude, when you and that's all he said back. Oh my god.
And so he has this because he inherited it essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part if I can't get to the end of the sentence?
Patiently till we get to
so that could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places. But it also could
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is
everything's conjecture because he's still innocent until proven guilty.
It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints,
and guess what?
Therefore, that
the burden rests on the state to prove that guilt, not conspiracy theorists.
Exactly.
So, like,
describe how this actually.
Our job is to poke holes in their case and show probable cause.
I just describe that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You said in your opening statement
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary
We
hearing.
put that on a
and yourself
t-shirt.
Understand what that means is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no,
This is a huge point. This
I
is,
want to.
this is crazy that you don't
call
know
for a
this.
fact check. If
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in,
check. This was every single
the
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying They want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated
Doesn't
the
answer
interior
what we're
left
reading.
of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left
They
common,
don't know it was a bullet.
Partoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated.
Did we
the
forget
left
everything we
side
learned about the medical
C27
examiner
vertebrae,
and the furry
transacted
wife
the
and
cervical spinal cord?
the
Medical
hospital?
examiner observed a significant portion
Exactly.
of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages.
By the way, a bullet
multiple
doesn't cause
disruptions
those
to the
kind of
fibers.
injuries. That's the other
Exactly. I
thing
was
we
just
brought
gonna
out.
say
Summary
it.
of the examinations that he was shot.
Sounds like
That
a
was
lot
what
more than
they
just
were
a
pulling that up.
gunshot
Okay,
wound
and
to
I
the throat.
I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But
to
no, but
Patsy.
your entire reason, like you asserted that
Dude,
you
he's
believe
so
there's
hung up on this
overwhelming
Patsy
evidence
thing, bro.
on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same
no,
way
no,
that
I
you got
didn't.
to
Same way.
Tyler
It's the
Robinson.
same way, Andrew. Yes,
you
it's the
did.
same way.
Again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial.
agree they
swear
don't
them in.
have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. I'll
But
put
yeah,
you
let's
back to
trust
the
not
the
all of
government.
it,
They're
like I said.
definitely
the
giving everything.
overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you
there's
don't
no-
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give.
what's
Please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It
It's
means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be
You can
allowed. You
tell
wouldn't
he's
even be allowed to do
annoyed.
this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're
He knows
asking
he's
Lance are
getting
all
cooked,
leading.
bro.
And what did he say? Well, I'm the
How do you
magistrate
side
under
with the
Utah
state
Constitution.
in this point in time?
1102.
Like,
It is my
what?
job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's
No,
what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument.
print.
Dude,
say
he,
facts.
every
Yeah,
time
I'm
she
not
says
saying
something that
infer
he's
off
doing,
of
he's
that.
like, no, I'm not.
I
No, I'm
would
not.
live
It's
in
like,
Patsy.
yeah, you are,
I'm
bro.
You're just
I am telling
literally
you-
making
He needs a
stuff up.
cigarette, bro.
You're
He's
not
tweaking
making
out.
stuff
He's
up.
tweaking
I'm
hard.
asking this.
I'm
Have
saying
He's tweaking, bro.
that I think you
I'm
let's
just
just
Totally.
have, like,
Pull up-
hold
I
on.
love it.
I am doing
Oh,
exactly
we got
what
to the
you're saying.
shouting.
I'm looking at a piece of evidence,
Yep.
and I am saying,
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you
from the
describe to
inference.
the
Oh
audience?
my gosh, Andrew.
This
She's
is so
explaining
everybody
it to
who's watching
you.
this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
based on
Can I
your
show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially
Did you catch
is
his
the
little
people
look
who
into
are
the
making the
camera?
statements can just say, Patrick
Oh,
told
yeah.
me that he
He's
did
crying
this
for
on
help.
Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I
just sent you a thumbnail, bro, to your ex.
The were the most
DM.
degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
it
point,
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was
okay.
You're hearing aloud.
Sure, Jan.
He is describing
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that
when
you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference?
It's up to the state to prove it in the trial, you idiot.
Blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get
Oh my gosh, he knows he's lost. That's why he's so focused on the Patsy thing, dude. He's latching onto it for dear life.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did.
And there was dust in the barrel, so it was planted. The gun was planted. It was not fired.
That somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So, yes, at the beginning of that, this is how
if there's 100 plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a Patsy?
Because there's a bunch of other evidence that lines
he
up.
smirked like he just got her too. Like, dude, because it was a public assassination against the guy who was waging war against the deep state. Like,
as a Patsy,
how does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like, I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
That's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just
to
said
be
you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
Oh my gosh. You're on a college campus?
Wow, what a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were
idea that on a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but even
is.
if it
you
is,
can get a fact check on
is what happened.
again,
Yeah.
And it was
if we're
Hall.
utilizing
Oh, and by the
inferences,
way, it's the
whenever we're dealing with logic, when we're
Tyler
dealing
had a
with
different
making a
color
logical inference,
Converse. The ones that
we're
the
gonna take
person
the
was
entire
wearing in the
collaboration of
stairwell
evidence,
was
and we're gonna
actually
make
gray
inferences
Converse,
from
which
that.
is what
You would do that with
Lance
any type of
has.
logical
Lance owns
proposition.
them,
Otherwise, you could never have a true or false
not
claim.
Tyler.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
we're,
He's just-
I never,
yeah.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical
Just making
inferences,
stuff
what I'm
up.
looking for
That's
is
funny.
logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can
It's
keep
the
going through
same
your other evidence. We
standard
should find
that
a
you
sheet
are
where he
applying,
where he
dude. Like,
lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with the 30-06. I think that that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
the tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She
If you
has
get,
it.
if you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see
Fantastic.
it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a
Mhm.
totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea
Don't
if
know
that's
it's him.
Tyler Robinson.
Mhm.
The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that
I actually
he
think
left
he's doing a decent
behind,
job. He's
it's
letting them kind of
overwhelming,
sort it
man.
out.
Yeah,
Like
but
this
that's not
is up to the
exhaustive.
public to
Just so we're
decide.
clear, you did tweet
Generally,
But it's not exhausting.
Yeah, but
well,
just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only
He needs to
said
concede
this
that
one
he
thing.
did.
You
Yeah.
said that was overwhelming.
If he said each other like they were
Dude,
before,
you could
then
even-
he should jump in
Can,
and
can you fact
Stop
check if
it.
that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
but just say you
well,
were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's
gonna-
cool to just
Yep,
say I was
there it
wrong.
goes.
I
and say
wasn't,
it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It's really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it
overwhelming.
was exhaustive. I just said you
And-
said it.
And on top of well, no, you
Yeah, he's
didn't.
pivoting
You
hard.
said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I
She
mentioned the
literally said you
screwdriver,
said 5 things,
DNA,
dude.
all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect.
Yes, she
there.
did. That's
But on
how
top
she
of
found
that,
the
moving
tweet.
over to
What?
the actual evidence
Are you?
itself?
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back
I
to
was
the
gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back to
that I just said
this.
you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never
This
said that.
is
I just said you did
There's
say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
That's
I'm just
what you're
addressing what
here
you
to-
asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not
debate
what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence which has been demonstrated,
Patrick should have
at
said
least all
something
the
there,
evidence
bro.
of
Like, come on.
knowledge,
We all heard him
that
say
I'm
it.
actually not seeing
exactly.
anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the only
evidence.
tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right?
ex-
I feel like
sure,
that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
and I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so
No.
going back to that, all of that, as you say to me,
Absolutely.
well, Candace, why are you
100%
addressing
agree.
and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it,
Mhm.
and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because
I'm
you make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
We need the facts, bro.
So
Prove
if
it.
you're
Like,
asking
come
for
on.
my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own message.
No, he didn't.
On top of
What are you
that,
talking
please,
about?
Yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm sorry. I
that,
actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in
paraphrasing.
I
but
can
it was
pull that up.
posted.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I think-
have
I
it.
think
If
And
you
by
that's
the
can
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs
Yeah, that's a
himself
lie,
said that
dude.
he
You're
had
going to see me on the
some
staircase.
maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on.
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
Yeah, he
there's
said it
there's
looks-
multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
He was
Have a dream.
hesitant.
Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said
on
he-
security.
I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%,
I agree.
but in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity,
Mhm.
he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If
Mhm.
his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing. That they were
Exactly.
leading, all the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial.
Mhm.
And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity,
I understand.
which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
and
cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would
Yeah,
also
he
like
should
to
have
point
been
out
a
that something
suspect.
that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my
Everyone
perspective, that
there
Lance
should
has a
have
lot
been a
more, which I
suspect.
have said many times. Lance has a lot
I know,
more involvement
right?
than the feds are letting us know. I think more
Nobody
is going to come
disputes
out
that either.
because they interviewed him
Yeah.
on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview,
Yeah.
which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did actually. You can get
Yes,
fact
it
check on
is.
that.
That's exactly what he
Pretty
said.
much what he said, dude.
So
He
a couple
said,
things we have.
It
We
kind
have
of looks like
Rule
him.
801
Tyler wears
Tyler's
hats and
messages.
Taylor
That
likes
says
to
it's
wear
not
jeans
hearsay.
or whatever. That's
But
what he
first,
said.
go to what Candace is asking about Skylar. I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I
Okay.
don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you,
The
like,
text
I'm trying to be
messages
concise
are
for you.
fake
then also
anyway,
bring
though.
The 801 that you just said.
They were
which
they were
Yep, the
authored by
801.
Lance, in my
Tyler message
opinion.
is saying it's not here.
Else.
There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent
A
with the
toddler
declarant's testimony
debating a
and the
toddler.
declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive and testifying. Wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him.
Mhm.
So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming
She said all
majority.
of
Well,
it.
I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402,
It was mostly
some of those
hearsay.
parts were quite
Sounds like
scientific.
you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like?
Okay.
Let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It
Well,
literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay. Is that
Yes,
the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
How many times did you? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the video here, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102,
Mhm.
1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this
Mm-hmm.
stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching."
Facts.
You are
Yep.
watching the state put on a hearsay
show.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing,
hearsay. True.
and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, "You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you?"
Excellent
you know,
point.
did
I'm
you
glad
make
she
a
brought
statement?
this up.
So it's
Amen.
the
Justice
overwhelming
system
majority
still
of what you
matters,
saw was
dude.
hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay, but it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't.
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like
Mhm.
when you're just when you say that we're going on
It
vibes,
does
you
fall
don't
under
know
that hearsay,
Tyler
yep.
Robinson. Okay, his boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you.
Mhm.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just
You
means
can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do
white
you
guy
agree with
Overwhelming
me
now
that-
means
versus on
convincing?
campus.
No.
Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also wear, like, that's just
But
crazy
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty
Mhm.
direct.
Yeah.
Right? What
And
did you
and
find
this
to
is
be
not an exhaustive list of all the things
well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240
So,
characters anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all
Got it.
other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and
from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was
Oh my
responding
gosh.
okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what
what
I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be
So,
more overwhelming?
Yeah, yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take
yeah.
a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah, yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for
The
me.
Fed
Okay, we should
slop.
discuss the text message
the Fed
confessions
slop.
when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small
All
village just
right.
outside of Jerusalem called Taipei.
Actually,
They
let me
remained
just
through
mute it.
the
I'll leave it
Roman
running.
Empire,
I'll
the
mute it so I
Crusades,
can
the
keep an
Ottoman
eye
Empire,
on
and
it. Make
countless
sure it's
changes of
going.
power.
Okay. All right. So yeah, man. What so far I think Andrew's in, Candace is clearly wiping the floor with him, obviously. All he's doing is presenting, just Fed slop crap and trying to
Dude,
debate.
he's interrupting her every time she
definitions.
tries to answer him. It's like he's not even. This is embarrassing for him, dude. It's like, this is gonna be his legacy. He's like, good luck after this, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, he's going to be done after this. And then, when he said, so what? Like, I couldn't believe when he actually said that.
Oh, I hope people are already clipping it and memeing it. If not, do it. Get after it. Like, just meme this dude into non-existence, please.
Exactly. So what? That's just crazy to me. And honestly, like I said earlier, that's him admitting that he doesn't have any evidence to support it. I mean, he doesn't have a position. He can't defend his position. That's what that means right there. He eats the Fed slop up.
Facts. And that was like the
absolutely.
first thing he said too, to her first like kind of rebuttal. He was like, "So what? Like, bro, you've already lost the debate. Like, debate's over."
Totally. Exactly. Candace is cooking him. He's definitely in trouble. All right. Let's see. Check, see if we got any more. No more super chats. Let me go ahead and pull up the his little baby hands on his face the whole time shows so much. Yeah, too, exactly. When he put his face, like, he's getting frustrated and clearly, and he was shaking at the beginning, obviously. Did you know that, how nervous he was and shaking in the beginning? Like, that was super,
Yeah,
super
I
telling
saw
to
his
me.
like his phone like start his hand like started shaking and everything, dude. Yeah, it was dude is sweating for sure. I think he knows his goose is cooked. And it's like whoever sent that super chat that was like Blake Neff wrote this, like you're 100% right. Like TPUSA's legal reviewed that opening statement countless times. Like I mean, you have to imagine. I'm imagining, I'm guessing, right? Like given the circumstances of everything.
Oh, totally. This person said, "Bro, I'd be shaking if I had to debate Candace too." Absolutely.
So true.
Yep. She's a dragon, dude. She's a dragon. She will destroy your ass. She breathes fire. I mean, she's ended so many people's careers, man. I mean, it's wild. These people don't realize debating Candace, you're really just debating Charlie. Yeah, basically,
And also you're baiting yourself. Like she just said, it's Andrew against Andrew. Like, bro, you're digging yourself a deeper hole, bro. You can just admit you're wrong.
Yep. Yeah, and the point she was making, he kept saying, well, how does that make it a patsy? How does it make it a patsy or whatever? Okay, well, number one, you have this rifle and it's planted at the scene clearly, and it's got dust in the barrel. So number one, that means it wasn't fired. So why would a rifle that belongs to Tyler Robinson be at the scene that wasn't fired if they weren't trying to set him up?
No, so what?
Exactly. Yeah, so what?
So what? So what?
And then, like, when you take the DNA evidence on top of that, too, how Tyler Robinson was the most degraded DNA out of all of them, then that is even more evidence. That he is not the last one that touched that rifle. So that means somebody else touched that rifle. They're the ones that planted it there, trying to set him up. So why would somebody be setting him up to take the fall? That means, what's that mean? That means he's a patsy, right?
It's going to be fun to see where they go from here.
Yep. Definitely. He just paid for her to end his career, LOL. Yep, absolutely.
Dude must have like a humiliation kink or something, bro. Because like I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a totally bad idea for him. Yeah, clear. Like, this will end his career. There's no doubt about it. He's going to be mocked for this for the rest of his life, man.
Yeah, if his previous statements and memes weren't damning enough already, bro, this should put the nail in the coffin for sure.
Oh yeah. And honestly, it's insane to me that Turning Point would even turn to a guy like that, because like I said, Charlie would have had nothing to do with him to begin with. But even regardless, even post Charlie's death, he's still been out there trashing Erica Kirk and Turning Point. So for them to just welcome him with open arms is like really blows my mind. Yeah, Andrew's smoke break time, absolutely. Inferences stacking. Yeah, I mean, well, that's how you get to probable. I mean, not probable cause. That's how you get to reasonable doubt. You have to show. Well, this evidence and this evidence. You have to make those inferences to show that reasonable doubt. But it's
Yeah, and
based off of whatever
the
evidence
burden is on
there.
the state to prove guilt, and if there is doubt in that evidence and timeline and everything else that is reasonable, then it is reasonable to assume that Tyler Robinson is not guilty and that there is something larger happening. And it's just like it's like she can't make him understand or comprehend, right? Like she can make him listen, but she can't make him understand. I thought that was brilliant too.
Yeah, that was a great comment. I love that. Like I said, we need to make a T-shirt with that. I can tell you or something. What did he say again? What was it? Do you remember what it was again?
It was like, I can make you listen, but I can't make you understand, or something like that.
Somebody commented, actually. Let's see if I can find what it was. But it was epic. We definitely need to make a T-shirt out of this. Like, Candace should totally put this on a T-shirt. She would sell $1 million in these T-shirts. Where is it? Come on now. Oh yeah, here it is. I can explain it, but I can't understand it for you. Yep.
So good.
That was epic. Absolutely. We got another super chat, 10 joules, thumbs up. I don't know what joules are again, but I appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. Yeah, great comment. 100%. Yep. They're all putting it now. You know what? This is actually a really good point. Nobody else is willing to take on Candace. And I think that's true. That makes sense because, we've all been asking. Even myself, I publicly challenged like Blake Neff and Tyler Boyer and all that. I did challenge them to come on my show and debate me. They wouldn't debate me. So they've all been hiding. Candace has asked them as well. They refuse to actually come out and engage with any of us on the facts, especially Candace. So they're all scared of her, especially, like I said, because she is a dragon. She breathes fire on them. She ends people's careers. And the facts are on her side. That's another thing. None of them are confident. One of the big reasons that none of these people. Okay, we're back on. Hold on. Let me go ahead and.
250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. Mm-hmm. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under because and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
yes. But my point being
yeah.
is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and
they were written by a foreign country, and we proved that, by the way, because
just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should.
The capitalization,
actually,
the letter, all his sentences start with lowercase letters, which is a Jewish thing.
I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine and masks was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine.
Large generalization
and masks and things like
they
this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say,
yeah, it's clearly all coordinated
like
head slop. Yeah.
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be
Don't you think Fed slop's the buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said,
how do you know that?
It wasn't their reaction. They were paid to say that clearly.
Messages. Then we look at the
all these influencers were paid to say the same thing.
They were requesting an extension saying, we have gone.
That's the first time in history the government is telling the absolute truth and isn't corrupt. It's just like,
yes, you are saying
laughable.
that you took Lance's phone, okay?
Yep.
And that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you as a part of the discovery.
Yeah, exactly. That's a huge suspicious
Candace,
part of the whole
got a text
thing.
Message from Candace, and I say I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud,
Straight
sending
up.
messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when,
That's
for
reasonable
whatever
doubt.
reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them.
What's
that
up,
discovery
Mitch?
request
Good to
be
see you,
able
my
see
brother.
where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like it's just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone, and his boyfriend.
Yeah, remember, they
just
didn't show us
log
any
in to his
metadata, no
computer when he was home. Lance
timestamps,
was
no
his boyfriend.
nothing.
That is a crucial fact here. That discovery
And
was not met by the
Discord
time that's
actually
preliminary hearing.
said, they came out and
I
said that
remain
conversation did not happen
unconvinced
on
by
their
these text
platform
messages.
early on in the
You feel
investigation.
I
convinced
remember
by
that.
them? I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone, even if
Oh,
someone was
totally.
selling,
You're 100%
like,
correct, Mitch. That's
know,
why I was saying
pop
earlier.
on
They're
the corner
both
would
saying
be
the same
smarter than
thing.
to write
Andrew's
a
just
full-fledged
too
confession. He even writes,
stubborn to
I
admit
thought
it.
I would get away with it, and I was hoping
Yep.
never to tell you until old age. And
That's
then
what
was
I've been
being
saying.
told that he
Beyond a
wanted to
reasonable
commit
doubt, until he
suicide, and-
faces a trial.
but he just said
This
he
is
wanted
all
to get
just
away with it, but he's
hearsay,
not smart
like Candace
enough
was saying.
to,
It's
I
irrelevant.
don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and
I
you
do.
love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out
It
telling
can be
everybody and their
manipulated.
brother that you thought that they
Absolutely.
were innocent? And also, wouldn't
No,
you
the
say,
deep
I
state
mean,
doesn't
there is a
exist. The
possibility.
deep state has
You
never
can't
forced
just
people to
say,
be
"Hey, I
silent.
did
The Epstein list
actually."
isn't real. Like,
he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't
Yep.
actually. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying? At
Well,
that
two things I
preliminary?
can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically.
Yeah,
saying,
that
"Your life's
also
at
was
risk
very,
in case
very
somebody jumps
strange.
up and wants to avenge
Super
Charlie
weird.
Kirk, and we're gonna watch you." And
Why
they
would
went
they? Why would
into
they?
a federal safe house?
Why would they
What
put him
happens
in witness
next
protection
is that
when
they
he
started thinking that
potentially
the feds
was
were
a
maybe
suspect?
gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
How do you know any of that?
so you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source,
Yeah.
an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is
She
actually
just said it's in the Robinson
Be
family, you
reliable hearsay.
idiot.
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's
Well,
just a
that's
source.
I'm just doing what the
What you're
prosecution
doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang
you
on,
must
hang
have
on. You're
hated
giving
watching.
us.
You must have hated
Hang
watching.
on. It's a cool story. Versus that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey,
The mainstream media
is
lied,
this
you
real?
idiot."
What's going on?"
yeah,
here?"
literally,
And then
dude.
he
So we
and
believe
one
the
of his,
media now? Like, what?
buddies
You're not a
took you in,
conservative.
where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay,
You're lying.
maybe I'm paraphrasing.
So,
What am I wrong
so
on?
what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said
I
it does the
with
mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him,
the father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you
Very
say official
true.
documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging
Yeah, we
documents?
can see you.
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do. We can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I
do
can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing.
Yep.
So they didn't have statements.
the
It's not like Matt
trial is
Robinson, even
for.
though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. My son, I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4
Mike Mitchell is the one that said that Tyler Robinson's parents
charging what becomes
and
Tyler
Tyler
he's basically saying
confessed
we
to
all
him.
spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby.
And there's also barely any information online about him, too. We tried to look into his background.
That screams deep state.
Which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever.
Well, yes, you're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute.
I didn't know that.
These are all things that are not even disputed.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the.
Yeah,
thing that
they haven't even had a chance to look at the phone to prove
we were coming back in
any of this is true.
Because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's
here?
mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I don't-
else
I
who's
don't
your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media this is
yes.
not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
Oh,
and speak.
this mother,
especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible, that never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
Oh, without a doubt,
we're
Tommy.
Speaking opinion here, you're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No.
Preliminary hearing is not the place to do it.
It's not a disagreement.
Well, you can disagree all you want. That's not how the law works, moron.
I talked in depth with my attorney. They said that's
preliminary hearing is not the place to do that.
By the feds. That's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward. Right. And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, There's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting.
Everything gets twisted. That's why they're not saying anything, because they're afraid that you'll twist their words.
I can't believe Andrew Wilson is trying to defend. I can't believe he's trying to defend, like, oh yeah, I would just run to the media if my child was up for a death sentence. Like, no, you would not. You would listen to your lawyers and shut up.
Exactly. Plus the media that's been lying about them the whole time and trying to throw him under the bus.
You didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find
Oh
overwhelming.
my gosh,
so why are you so upset when people say they don't find it
if
convincing?
that was the limitation of the claims that you made,
He really is. It hurts my head. It hurts my brain to listen to him.
Like, at least he could, like, stand on his side instead of, like, tiptoeing around it. It's like, dude, at least grow a pair and be a man and, like, stand on your side.
Discord calls about
He's not even doing that. He's like, oh no, I'm not saying that. Like, yeah, you are.
Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that where you claim that there's good evidence or good,
like when someone's guilty before a verdict has been, like,
and then it turns out that it's all nonsense.
Yeah, like they've been doing this entire time.
Like what happened with Kyle Rittenhouse, like what happened with the McCloskeys. Did we learn nothing from this? Like, come on.
Show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too.
No, you don't
That's
think it's
never
fine,
been my
Andrew.
problem.
We
my
know
problem
this.
is the claims which are external to that.
Okay.
Fact check false.
Not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the
lecture?
state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not
I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact. was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16
available.
Utah
It's like
R
reasonable
criminal,
doubt.
to be
guys.
more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where it's
discovery
just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I
there.
understand.
Okay. So that's
I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
Yeah. Great.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like
disagreement
to
is
also-
now would go
I-
into
I,
the
bring up the
evidences that
April
you
document then.
have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your
and you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is.
Mhm.
When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying,
This is America.
I have a
No, you
claim.
don't.
It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk,
This is
which is
America.
what we're talking about.
We have
Not
free
just the
speech.
case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into
Well,
it.
just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson, that Tyler
And
Robinson
notice how
shot
he's
Charlie
trying to
Kirk.
get
You don't find
into like
convincing.
personally attacking
it's been
her instead
invalidated
of
by
addressing
by
the
testimony
evidence.
that we saw. And in your answer
He's
for when
trying
I
to
was
pivot
explaining
right
to you
now
that you have
hard.
the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching,
so you're just you're conceding.
Nobody's giving
on
a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is
You
not
can
what's been
theorize,
happening. What's
bro.
actually
This
been
is
happening
America.
is that
We're
you've
allowed to
made tons
hypothesize.
of
Like,
claims, in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt, I
that
do doubt the
okay.
state's theory. I also am
I get it.
welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about
Yeah.
Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic
Mhm.
first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
sorry.
Question for you.
That
What-
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see
and that's not what we got, clearly.
Because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy.
Yeah, the preliminary actually
the discovery on the text messages, since that
did
was
the exact opposite for me.
If the evidence was good, they wouldn't have needed Jack Posobiec to lie to the public.
But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution.
Precisely.
We were handing things over, and we heard the defense.
The evidence they presented only furthered our position.
It's not the SBI; it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver, and then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious.
Thank you, brother.
Example being the backpack. That's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to
artifacts.
Eric. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever? This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs wash their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident? The various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot,
concrete
here it is.
evidence?
And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
You're right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you
4,000
if you're asked
iPhones.
the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a good.
Well, he clearly has been watching our anything we've put out over the last 10 months.
My mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him.
Yeah.
So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you
That's how
can see for you to
justice
say,
works.
yeah, this guy was a patsy.
Of
the government
course,
was
I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes.
Yeah, it
There's
seems like that's a lie.
Right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made.
He's true to a point on that, but at the same time, you have to investigate every aspect of it in order to rule out.
Claims have to be defended.
That this is
Judge Sobek and Benny Johnson,
Yeah.
and all of them didn't flood the zone with disinformation the day of the preliminary.
No, literally.
You guys like to take an ad break?
This is double speak.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUS.
Totally.
And
Erica
the
Kirk time.
conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace
boy.
Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around red light
All
therapy
right.
lately. But what's even more
me
compelling are
pause
the
it.
stories from people who say it completely
Or
changed
muted,
their
I mean.
lives. One example starts with a woman named
Come
Natalia.
on. Okay. All right. Welcome to the show, Lauren. Everybody, Lauren joined us here. Lauren Pretra. Make sure you're following her on all her socials. At Lauren P, right? Except for X, correct?
Except for Twitter, yeah.
Yeah.
The trolls got that one before me, or the catfishes, I should say. But yeah,
Yep.
I've been covering a lot of your coverage, Colin, for the past, I guess, what is it, 11 months now? Soon to be 12. Because I was talking about Charlie the day before he got, and then I was like, well, here I am, having to acknowledge this terrible act of violence and also talk about what this represents. And then it's just transpired into this like crazy Vegas style residency tour from his wife. And it's just left us all feeling some sort of way. And then the more I dug into Turning Point USA, I was like, wow, this is like some major mega church fuck shit. And been diving in ever since.
Yeah, I mean, even besides what actually happened to Charlie, you have all the stuff that Turning Point 2.0 under Erica Kirk have been doing since. with the, especially like you said, the faith-based stuff with constantly, all the people they're aligning himself with, all these pastors are all pastors that have been involved in, child trafficking crimes and child trafficking stuff.
Greg Laurie.
Like Greg Laurie. Yep, exactly.
Mhm.
And it's just, it's disgusting, and she clearly has not grieved even a single second since his death, going out there with the sparklers everywhere and the shiny
It's
pants and the hot
insane.
leather pants and stuff.
I can't. And the head palming of JD Vance, like of basketball, like she had done that before. So it's just a lot of weird stuff. And then like for me, I really have a problem with Erica Kirk going to the schools. And like it's one thing if you want to indoctrinate like your fellow adults, but going to the schools and telling young women and selling tickets to an event for 13-year-olds and 12-year-olds and having them come to you and you guys push Project 2025 BS, telling these women that like your purpose in life is to be a vessel for birthing and to submit to a man. It just like puts young women in bad positions, makes things dangerous for them. And nobody should be listening to Erica Kirk for life advice. She's on this like gospel pastor kick and it's just weird.
Oh, totally. I agree with you. I've been one of the people probably going hardest against her for her inappropriate behavior with children. And like a lot of that stems from just like, you should not leave your kids and take your kids to these events, and you should definitely not attended without parental supervision. But what they're doing is they are indoctrinating. That's what they're doing. They're indoctrinating our kids. They're trying to feed them this Christian fed slop, support Israel stuff. The women's are just a vessel for birthing. That's all they're trying to do, and it's disgusting to me.
Well, I think it's interesting. It's interesting. Andrew Wilson got up there and said, like, "Oh, I have no problem with truth seekers," right? When, in the same breath, he's telling us to just trust the state, trust the government, right? This gets to a deeper issue of like Charlie Kirk raised up a generation of truth seekers, of people who challenge the government. And I think the intelligence agencies kind of realized that, like, he was a threat, and that they kind of let that free speech challenging the government thing go a little bit too far, right? And we're witnessing that play out right now. But they're trying to rein that back in. And how do they do that? They do that with the next generation, right? And if we study any historical movement throughout history, the Bolsheviks, the World War II Germans, right? They always go after the youth first, and then they go after their parents, their elders, the generation above them, right? And it's because the youth is easy to influence and manipulate.
Well, it's kind of like a military pipeline, what they're trying to do. They're trying to get people who are vulnerable and in need of community or resource or something. And they're like, come here, listen to our gospel prayer and do whatever. Also, another thing that really pissed me off is, Charlie Kirk, somebody I did not agree with fundamentally. And they were using him a lot this last year to push electoral politics, including endorsing candidates post-mortem that he did not even support. So going against, like, he was in, there's a number of instances of that. So basically turning this dead man's legacy into a cash cow for Erica Kirk, who's run this organization into the ground, and just really pimping out AI versions of him to do whatever pays most, it seems, or whatever is the most extreme, I'd imagine.
Yeah, totally. And it's also goes to say what candidates they didn't endorse too, because Thomas Massey, he's been on record many times saying Thomas Massey was his favorite candidate, and they did not represent. Not only did they not support Massey, but they actually went after him and attacked him. And I don't remember. I don't think they supported his candidate publicly, but they certainly went after Massey and attacked him publicly before the debate.
And they also stood by silently as the administration worked to basically have him ousted right after 30 years, $1 million for each year he was in government, which is just insane, right? And if we think back, like the major issues of this election were the affordability issue, kind of uprooting the deep state, but it gets to a deeper point of like all of these people connected to Turning Point USA, the Jack Posobics, the Benny Johnsons, even the Tyler Boyers and the Eric Kirks. if the Trump administration was to fix everything in this cycle, then these people wouldn't have careers to go back to after, right? The political fight has to remain in order for them to still have jobs. Right. And so I think that's another part of it that people don't consider is like, how much money is inside of this world. Right. I think politics has kind of become the new Hollywood as we've seen Hollywood die over the last 20 years. And so with that, right, we all need to just kind of be mindful of these sorts of things. Right. Like if everything was to get fixed in this country, then the political ecosystem and all the money there would vanish. And there are people who don't want that to happen. And I think that's another motivation that hasn't really been talked about too much.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of that. And I also just think, you know, when we look at who they're trying to protect and the people in power, they're trying to protect people that are pedophiles. Like they're riding pretty hard for Donnie Dump and doing all whatever that. And it's like, you know, Erica, they're all reading from the same script because they all use the same language and the same speeches. So it's like everyone's demonic, and Erica Kirk is talking about people who oppose ICE as demonic when like Charlie Kirk was supposed to be this like anti-authoritarian figure. Meanwhile, ICE is like kidnapping, shooting people in broad daylight, and that's state violence. So, and she tries to turn it on this at a church, no less. And she does that repeatedly. And then pretty much everyone she brings in to her little Make Heaven Crowded shit, which is a weird name to begin with. Let's like kind of acknowledge that too. It's like, whoa, like y'all trying to die. It feels very cult, sacrificial.
It feels intentional.
Yeah.
Everything they're doing is intentional. I think assigning them ignorance or like stupidity is actually giving them too much, like, I don't know, like too much devil's advocate. Like these people aren't stupid. They're good at what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They're well aware of it. And although to us it feels idiotic at times, I think that with how stupid and again, if you knew Charlie and the things that he stood for, like you're saying, right, authoritarianism, like mass surveillance, like all of these sorts of things, these people are just blindly encouraging, going along with. They even, Blake Neff wrote a puff piece on Lindsey Graham, right? And it's like, if you know the man that Charlie was, the things that he lived out every day, these things are in direct contrast to that life. And it's not enough to say, oh, these people are just stupid, they're not thinking hard enough. No, it's an intentional pacification and a restructuring and a destruction of, you know, what Charlie was fighting for, because it became too much of a threat to the powers that be, at least in my opinion.
I do think that somebody is strategic in puppeteering, but I do think a lot of the forward-facing characters are probably dumb or spineless at best, where they're willing to kind of bend and break.
Spineless is more into it. Absolutely.
Spineless is definitely more it, for sure.
Where they're just like a bunch of sheep. They'll just kind of go wherever they're herded and wherever the money is flowing or wherever they can.
The money. It gets back to the money thing. They're all in contracts too.
And like, I feel like a sense of responsibility to really be loud and mouthy in this space, because it's a lot of women saying like, we don't need to vote. We don't need our own credit cards. We don't need a mortgage. It's like, you don't actually benefit from that. And there's no gain for you to be the master's favorite dog. Look what's happening in the administration. One by one, every woman booted. And all they did was like give their all to be the master's favorite dog. And I think that's kind of like the affirmation that seems to be the key theme across these Turning Point USA women. And also like Blake Neff and Andrew Colbert, like I didn't know who either of them were before I started covering this. And I'm like, who are these like constipated men that are just like being all weird? Because like, also I think about the first couple of videos that they came out with after Charlie died. It was like, whoa, read the room, guys. Like, why are you acting so excited? And then they made all these loud promises about, we're going to be giving you footage. We're going to be doing this razzle dazzle and it's going to be the best ever. And then what do they do? They ended up just selling shit out to the highest bidder.
Well, and I guess the
and
deeper
Mitchell,
point too, like,
for them?
Yeah, for a very long time. I know almost all of these people pretty personally in various different degrees of relation.
But your stuff.
Say that again?
I've watched your videos.
And thank you. I appreciate it. But like it again, Erica was sitting in the studio, the Charlie Kirk studio, a couple days after, right, with Blake Neff and Andrew Colbert, right? So she knows these people. She's the CEO of this ecosystem, as I like to call it. she stood by while Blake Neff has launched multiple racist attacks against Candace Owens, right? Public racist attacks that he's yet to take back or issue any apology
Horrible
for.
ones.
Right? Blatant, just disgusting. And with that, hundreds of conservatives have ignorance is bliss to their way around that one. But it's like, guys, what are we doing here? This is so much bigger than Charlie and the assassination. This is one little piece of a much larger puzzle that people aren't really paying enough attention to. Again,
and one of the big things that really bothered me too is after Charlie's death, they were not at all concerned about the investigation, what happened to him, trying to get to the truth. They were more concerned about keeping the coalition together for the midterms. They were more concerned about the midterms. It's all about the midterms. Who cares what happened to Charlie? You care about the midterms. I mean, that just that blew my mind. Like, these people are supposedly Charlie's friends. Another
thing that really kind of
honestly.
struck me is in all the speeches that were designed to be honoring Charlie Kirk after the initial memorial cella, it became very clear that, especially at the pastor summits, and because they do dedicated pastor summits where they bring all the pastors together, they give them the Erica Kirk gospel, and then they expect them to go back into their parishes, I believe, and kind of spread the good word of Erica Kirk. And so much of those sessions, because they're streamed, are focused on, if you criticize Erica Kirk, you are the devil. You are going to be slain at the stake. And they say these crazy things.
The widow.
It's so focused on her and nothing on honoring their boy or being a good person. Nothing. It's all focused on defending Erica Kirk, which is clear that that's top of mind. And that's the message that they want to go back with, which is just is this a crisis comms campaign for somebody, or what's going on?
I was just about to say, I think we're back. Yep.
We're back, guys.
Let's go.
I just directly ask them. I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right? Okay. So this part to me feels like a bit of.
Am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't you get to say. I want to ask. If you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's I don't know what you're going to ask.
I know. And if you have issues with it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with it.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They have no evidence. And now you're let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendentals.
Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, so he's pivoting. He's pivoting hard. He's pivoting hard.
The rifles,
exactly.
You can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
This is the same thing he did with the essay clip, dude. Oh my
gosh. As far as you know for certain.
Yeah.
This guy's annoying.
This is literally the essay clip, just packaged differently.
If your energy here is going to be you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a debate. This is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
A jerk.
Well,
The money.
It was
Positive evidence.
He's such a jerk.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing.
And
now,
I love he
because
doesn't
it's
care
Look
about
at his
that's-
foot,
that's
dude.
Candace.
He does care. He knows.
We're just going to go
He's
and
so
bring
anxious.
everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have
They
not
care about
said-
death threats against Erica, but not
Now you have
Candace,
stated
though,
multiple
apparently,
times
too.
that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me
we can pull up the clip.
Comforting himself.
Here we
Sorry,
go.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Here
Go
we
ahead.
go.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie?
How about he was executed inside a
I
menorah?
couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive.
The
And since I
biggest
don't
one is
believe
there's
that Tyler Robinson and
I
his
think 15
transferring,
cell phones,
is a
Israeli registered
convincing
cell phones that
motive,
were on the
because
ground
he
at
was
UVU
fired
that
up
day.
about politics.
And
which he has
also, out of
testified
those
that
cell
he never
phones,
spoke about
they
with
also
him,
appeared
nor
at
do
the
I believe that
Iran
he was,
negotiations
so into LGBTQ issues
in
since he has testified they
Pakistan
never
at
spoke
that
about
hotel
LGBTQ
that they were
issues,
doing
that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A.
the
which, if you are
whatchamacallit,
into
doing the
LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for
negotiating
LGBTQ issues,
the thing.
because
Yeah,
it's
but do you
just-
have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is
me.
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
say there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive
I
evidence
can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird. And the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI photo on the president's feed.
Shlomo Pearl.
Right.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement. So I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. If you... Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved?
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
I thought the question was Turning Point USA or Erica.
Yahoo. My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Involved.
I also... Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think...
Exactly.
With full confidence, you think that...
Yeah, I think Israel's
France and
involved.
Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said
Involved
that,
is the word.
French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's
Here he
actually
goes
just
again.
annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think. I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just
That
said,
wasn't a
I
claim. That
think
was her opinion.
and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
She didn't
agree,
say
you're allowed to
factual
think.
claim.
Nobody's disputing
It was
whether
not
you
a
think
factual
what you're allowed to
claim.
think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with this statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Full
Yes.
confidence.
That
You would
I
think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence,
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I
He
have
gets
to be
so
there in
full of
5.
himself.
So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you can think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to
pertinent
think
to this debate.
It's
No,
not
they're
exactly
not.
pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100%
It's
pertinent.
not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination.
They're-
That's the complete substance
you're-
of the
It's
you're-
not
debate.
about the
No,
claims. It's
Theories.
about
We're
whether
talking
the
about the evidence and the
has
facts of the
relevance.
case,
Would you
bro.
like to remind me
Yeah.
that you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies
just want to know.
and to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can
podcast.
say whatever you want.
Well, I
Nobody's
said it.
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking.
like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and
It's
France
not-
were involved? in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime
You're allowed
is?
to just feel and think
That's why they watch
things,
my
bro.
podcast.
This is
So
America.
you're just going to
Yeah, no
drip
shit,
to them?
dumbass.
Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across
Oh my
any of
gosh.
these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Not to mention
Of course.
the
But
So there's good reason
it's
to
not
doubt
a
this.
conspiracy, though. If I
the
then took it to
Egyptian
the federal
planes
government, like, you
also
can't
went
just
to
go out there
France.
making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to
French
say it.
Foreign
I'm not
Legion
regulating anything.
also
I'm
their
very
color
clear.
is
It sounds a little
maroon
bit
and
like
they
a
wear the
professor
maroon
trying
hats.
to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound
you
very
can't say, I
defensive and
think.
like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say
Actually,
it in the way that you
Andrew,
wanted
you
me to
sound
say it.
very
Obfuscate and
defensive,
run
big
away from it,
dog.
but I would
Let's
like
see-
for you to
let's just
actually
go through
focus.
You've
every
lost the
clip that
debate,
you
that's
guys
why you're
have prepared,
pivoting.
because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So
But
let's go.
there,
Notice
but
how
I
he's like,
would
"Oh, yeah,
still-
sure, no, like, I
on
don't
this
care,
point,
dude.
I just
You're
want to make
so
sure that
pressed."
you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie
She
Kirk.
said it. She
and
stood
you
by
have
it.
no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill?
Oh, we
or
got
that
it
France killed
twice.
Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You
Okay.
just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity, when
Yes.
you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, it was a lot of information, but
well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah,
So if they do contact you,
100.
are you
Yes,
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as
And-
much
and
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if
Thank
that's
you,
the case, now
PBD.
they
Thank
may
you.
respond back and say, we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they
Mhm.
contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mhm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not. Never
Okay.
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source. that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair
Mm-hmm.
to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved?
Well, it's funny how Turning
Keep
Point
going.
doesn't want
They
to
had a
follow up on
relationship
any of
with
these
her.
credible
No,
leads
her
whatsoever. Neither does the
relationship.
Trump administration.
This isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing
them
to
the
do with the
guy's
debate. This
name?
is more on
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you kept saying, like, you go and you make a report, you think they're going to come back to you and say, hey,
Huh.
what's more information? We're investigating this. And that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did
I-
you?
so actually it was three offices.
let me ask one
The
question. and then
executive
I'm gonna come to you.
office,
Yeah.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow-up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
It was, they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
Let
government.
me ask one question.
But
Let me
when you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it,
Mhm.
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mhm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that
Mhm.
Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel,
There's
I mean,
actual
what I've said
evidence
is
that they were
what I publicly have
involved.
said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to
Exactly.
pictures,
She's
details,
relieved
police
more
officers,
evidence, actual
what the
evidence
dog's
than
name was,
anybody
because
else, even more than the
that
feds.
believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think
You're just
that
making
Tyler
shit up,
Robinson
bro.
was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here. And I think that you understood what I was saying, is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public. And this information has been
Andrew Wilson
proven
can't
true.
understand people
We've presented
trusting
photos,
him.
we have presented videos, never
It's a foreign
before seen
concept to
stuff.
him.
The public has never seen it. And
No,
so what that
not at
does
all.
is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what I think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your
These
questions.
are people connected
Doesn't it
to
seem
the
totally
largest
fair that you
assassination in
answer
history.
back
Yes,
the questions
Candace
people
is
have
not
for you?
Well,
connected.
they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
No.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so
Andrew
inferences are allowed
Colvett is
again?
also there.
So
She's
that
not.
seems to
Like,
infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information, or because
he
there
blocked
has
me. He never answered a single one of my questions. For the record,
I would imagine, and forget answering.
Yeah,
my
they've all
questions,
blocked
just- I
me
just need
now,
you to name
besides
You still do a
Blake
lot of those
and
things.
Erica.
Well,
and I think Blake's not blocking anyone for a reason.
You can blame it on
he's
Candace
not
all you want.
under
Well,
the same
love to do
contract
that.
the thing is
as
funny
Andrew
is
People
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR.
I
I'll be
think I'm
fair with you.
ground
Just a
zero of
guess,
people
but
not
I think-
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think
I'm
that there was
actually
some
kind of
PR
a
there.
last-
I think there was
There's a
some
reason
PR
there's
there.
no
Sure, they
logo
could have
next
done
to his
better.
name.
Absolutely, I'm not disputing any of that. One
Oh,
thing,
so
though,
he's
that I
admitting that
am-
they
I
are doing
wanna just
PR.
directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
I told you that was
would
his
think
goal.
I
His,
think
his
firmly
goal specifically
that-
was
Yep.
to get them to say actionable
if
defamation
I was
against
the
them.
investigating officers, I would
She's so
seat
smart.
them all, and I would
Yep.
ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So,
well, what does
using
that mean?
What a
hypothetical,
good answer.
uh,
What does that mean?
You think so?
She
I
can't
think
make
it
you
was not
understand, bro.
sufficient investigation into what is.
That's
what we
her
know to be
basically
true of
saying
the
yes without
pursuit
without
of,
actually saying it.
homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And
Yep.
the fact that that was never
I've made
even
that point so
considered,
many
that the, like I
times.
said earlier, the backpack
So
was
true.
returned
How do you know that
that-
was never considered?
because they gave back the backpack as just one example.
Because Erica
They gave
flew
back the backpack,
home
they
on
gave back
Air
the,
Force Two,
That
like
doesn't
2 days
show a
later.
conspiracy.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, it shows that the police trusted.
And honestly, I don't even think the
everybody and didn't
autopsy
just hold
happened.
things
I
up
think
for
the
a
They
second.
autopsy's
ruled
fake.
them out as suspects.
That
In a
could be.
day?
I'm not comfortable.
In a day, they rolled out the entire staff that was present. In a day.
Well, this is
What $100
Exactly.
million incentive?
what
That
I'm
is
saying
the most
the organization,
illogical
like,
thing
had been-
ever.
It was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want back,
Yeah, but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video. If you don't mind,
Yeah,
there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
That those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed with every fiber of her being.
Because
he
there's
knows what
been
he's
no
doing. Again,
evidence.
this is
She-
all
she came out and
intentional, dude.
said it.
This is
Yep.
all
Follow
intentional.
that somehow she's complicit.
She came out and
in
said it with
his
no
death?
evidence. Erica said that before
didn't
there was
say
any
complicit
evidence
in
on the
death.
table. She didn't need to see
Yeah,
any of
those
it.
two words.
She's like,
Okay.
nope,
so what's
I
she
fully
complicit
trust
in?
the
Yes,
FBI.
so sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview.
Mhm.
And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, what she's wearing. So I was like, I'm gonna wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that. Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit And when I'm, again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being
she
like,
said, I know everything,
we don't know yet.
didn't
I feel
she?
confident
She said that
he's
like
involved.
on one of her
I don't
first
understand
hits on the
how
Charlie
would
Kirk
any
show.
of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
I've been here
I'm
for
going to go
3
back to
hours.
my
Why
theory
not?
that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your.
Dude,
your
you do
claim that
10-hour
there's overwhelming
debates,
evidence, and now you're trying to move towards Dr.
retard.
Clips and-
So you
there's
telling
no
me you
doctor or
can't play,
anything. I'm just
a
making
3-minute
sure that we
clip?
got this right. That what you're actually saying
I
is
do
that
believe that
Erica's just
Erica was
complicit in believing it.
when I re-examined her actions backward because I did not.
Look
have
how
this
fast his
perspective
foot is
at the
going. Oh
beginning,
my
which is why it's
gosh.
so funny
Dude's
to me.
so nervous.
I know,
You
it's
guys make it seem
wild.
I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, got to.
As soon as we find out that she is the one that is actually directing everything behind the scenes, telling Andrew and Blake what to do, they're not, doing this on their own. That's obviously when Candace was like, yeah, this bitch is involved.
When they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
in
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always
same thing with the Andrew memes with his hand and the foot
Charlie
going a mile a minute,
hitting the ground, running around, traveling
I'm already
4 days
thinking
a
of
week.
stuff.
Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys
exactly,
ever do the double
Katie?
Dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the
That's
complicit
Andrew
part about
Wilson.
Erica to you, is that a
He's
gut
basically
feeling?
a
Do you feel
nobody.
It transformed when she lied.
He's been
You
on
can
Joe
take it
Rogan
away.
a
I'm just
couple
asking
times.
questions.
Yes.
If you want to
well, I
interrupt,
don't-
go
That's
for
his
it.
claim to
actually
fame.
I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are
I
retarded.
love that. Oh my
I'm allowed to
God.
just say stuff. Who knew? So and
You
what
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically
Don't we need evidence for that,
transformed your
Andrew?
opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
He called it like a
calling
fem.
somebody too retarded.
No,
he
is-
called
come on.
it. I
That's
posted
like
the tweets
normal
of what he's
tongue-in-cheek
called
stuff
it,
to me
dude.
online.
Oh, you're being
Exactly. He's been totally hostile to
usually when I
them.
call
He
someone
was so
retarded,
mad that
it's
Charlie would not let him
Like,
in
for
his inner
instance,
circle.
You got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names, and
Oh my gosh!
and called
dude.
your husband.
This is getting into
Are
the
you
point.
just-
Can we
you're
get
just
back
like,
to like the
"Oh,
actual?
no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you think
I
she's still
actually
too-
Yes,
agree
you are.
with
You're
that,
debating
Paloma.
on her behalf,
No,
bro.
Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point
Someone should
being
fact
led
check
by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
There it
feminist
was.
angle.
Fembots.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think it's a
headquarters.
terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters.
Mhm.
Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say
Playing
that
poker,
you and your wife are
Venmoing
getting
Blake Neff
involved
for
with
poker.
management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan,
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do
Mhm.
on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with.
That's so
I'm glad he
weird.
admitted
I didn't sit
that
down
because
That's
Charlie
so
did not
weird.
want him
No,
anywhere near
that's
the
also
organization.
that's just like that's just
No, I didn't
weird.
have
Like,
that
who are they
conversation.
training? Why are they using Andrew Wilson to train them?
Okay.
That's
Okay.
not
Yeah.
normal at all for Turning
No.
Point. That's
My
weird.
wife did too. We were
No,
both very sorry.
and I don't know if
Okay,
you
so at
noticed,
what
but they're
point did
using a
you
bunch of
start receiving
nobody
text
influencers, and they're
from-
trying to
that
get
you
these brainless,
cited in
dumb
your opening
young
statement?
Well, I
kids
just
that
reached
they
out
can
to TPUSA and
brainwash
said I'm
to
prepping for a
repeat their
debate. Is there
talking
anything
points
that's
for these
pertinent
debates.
that I can use
Yeah.
here?
Do you find it?
And I think it's
interesting
because
that
a lot of
people
the
have been
bigger names that
asking
they
for,
used to have
basic
won't
answers to
attach their
questions, and
names to
you're
Turning
saying
Point
that you
anymore.
walked into their headquarters and reached out, and they
It's
instantly.
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I, just
and
think
don't have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is
not
sending
Turning
you
Point
as their
anymore.
horse.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
don't
you,
have the
I don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
like, I don't
If they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask
faith
you a
to answer
question.
questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded
claim?
it's not evidence that
No.
And honestly, the only people are so
I can
suspicious
share my
about them
opinion,
is because
but I think it's
they
more
wouldn't
registered.
come
It's
out
really
and just
obvious to
answer
the
the
public
questions we've been
that
asking
rather
this
than
whole
presenting
time.
that,
They
throughout
won't
the course of
put out the
everybody wanting to know
video
what
of what
Charlie was going
happened
through
that
through his
day.
last
They won't
days.
even tell us
They
where
decided to give
Charlie's
it to you to come
body
to
is,
my
for
house as
Christ's
some sort
sake,
of a
you know?
surprise.
Well,
Do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough
Yeah.
to
Do
see
you
through
think?
that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR.
If you know that there's
Like-
a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for." And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was
He's-
actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually
Dude,
like
you're
to know
not
what
good
actually
faith.
details are
You're a
around it.
douchebag.
He-
You're an asshole.
Exactly.
You're a prick, dude. You're not a good faith actor.
Believe that
Stop,
And
like,
second-
dude.
in good faith. I don't believe that
And-
anything.
and
you have
even
done
when it
is
comes to
demonstrated
turning
that's good faith.
point,
It demonstrates that you walk.
we've
into a court and
approached
say,
them in
Hang
good
on, I want to hear
faith
what she says. Hang
originally.
on, hang on. I want to hear what she's saying.
You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been?
about everything
Hang on,
you've
hang
ever
on. Have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them, and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're
less
right,
critical about
exactly.
Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you. But I'm asking you. Isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then
Mhm.
you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you, let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
well, yeah,
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
And then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like
Christian ethicist. That is the most absurd claim I've
No,
ever
you're
heard
not,
in my
dude.
life.
So now you're a feminist
Wow.
icon,
You're a
like,
Christian
going
con
to
artist.
in
That's
all
what
of
you
your
are.
perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this
biggest
is,
of the girl boss.
He's
positions.
the
Like,
only
you
one
don't
laughing
have
at
to
his
do
jokes
this.
too.
You
That's
just
the funny
do
part.
this.
Yeah,
You could
exactly.
Definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison.
She
that cannot
takes
be
off all the
compared
time to go
because-
spend time with her family.
because
She's
Erica's
on for like
husband
3 or 4
was
weeks,
just
and then she takes
assassinated
2
in
weeks
front of the
off just to
world,
spend
Which
time with her
makes sense
family
why
and
she
go on
would take the
vacation and
organization
stuff.
No, that it makes sense why you would
She
go home to
she
your kids,
doesn't do
just so
this
you
for
know.
the money.
Wait a second. That's bizarre. You
Because
wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent, and they've
protect-
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the
Oh,
office.
God.
You
that's
want to
basically
where we're
protect
going.
your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
the
new
legacy
normal.
is his.
Burning a legacy. She's trying to burn his
Yes,
legacy
it is
down, not
both.
protect
It's totally
it.
rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe.
And the
that
kids
it would
are the
be both
legacy,
Turning
you're
Point
right.
USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole
I
life
think
for
this is
it.
why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of
Turning
your
Point
mouth.
is partly
Oh my
his legacy. I
God,
do agree with
dude.
that.
You brought up girl boss.
Girl
But
boss
Erica's
came out
been
of your
burning
mouth.
that down.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
She
that
hasn't
you
been
brought
trying to
up this
protect his
idea that
legacy.
I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're. By the way,
She's not
there's
qualified
always
to take over
objective-
his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been.
Dude,
And I'm
you're not
just as
vocal about
critical
it.
Of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's
Okay.
ever
Exactly.
changed. By the way,
Okay.
Oh yeah, right.
I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that?
We
make the
all
most
have
amount of
done
sense?
that.
Dude, I've tweeted at every one of them, and all they do is block me or ignore me. So this is
Block us.
gaslighting.
Run the
Exactly.
organization. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your-
it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time. You guys are ready? We're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what then, that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. Once, that's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you
that's weird.
believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't,
you
but
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like I
up.
No,
said,
you
this is-
didn't. I guarantee you,
know,
Turning
I
Point
don't need
did.
to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are
facts.
now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. There's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out.
The shirt moves.
The shirt literally goes up, dude. The bullets don't do that. Like, oh my gosh.
The gun is being fired.
Yeah, you don't try not to yell on the mic, but yeah, the shirt moves before there's even a entry wound, before there's a wound in his neck.
There's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like...
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is
that's
shot,
full of shit.
You can actually
literally
how could it make the shirt
like an empty
ridiculous? Makes no sense.
And put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so
yeah, near the muzzle. That's not near the muzzle, idiot.
It can.
It can.
Yeah, you can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say think that that's not
right, but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
but
go
if
through.
air is
But I also want to say that you're saying this
Yeah.
can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Well, because
he's got way more experience, dude.
To see if their clothes moved.
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a
Because
fact?
I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that.
Yeah, the shirt wasn't anywhere even near the path of the bullet.
You know, where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air underneath his shirt.
Yeah, this doesn't make
a bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Should play that top-down angle.
His shirt
starts up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
It's not.
The collar was not moving. You could tell there was an event that happened underneath his shirt because you could see the puff of air from underneath his shirt.
We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first.
Paying him a lot of money.
And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us.
Petton does not have smoke.
Question other than Terrell's 4K footage.
Petton has very, very little smoke. Petton explosions burn so hot that they have very, very little smoke.
That it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this. And I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying, I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then I've been told they paved it over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm just saying he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down.
That's why
so
it
if
worked.
I'm in real time,
that's why,
I'm just assuming this, right? I mean, if I was
that's a lie. You can see the shirt move. That's the first thing I noticed when I saw him shot. You can see the shirt move. I was like, that's
he's
weird.
literally trying to get people to deny their reality and what they see.
You were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down.
He's pivoting again. He's pivoting
of air. That's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when you,
people
bro, did
disagree
you
with
see
your
that cut?
opinions on
He's
attack.
so
That's all.
nervous. He's
I
so
think
cooked.
that's a good
He
place
knows
for us
he's
to,
cooked.
if we have another a break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Is he gonna tap?
Sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5
I
minute
thought he
ad
was about
break.
to
We'll be
tap.
back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos, because life has a way of.
Okay. Well, clearly he's just wrecking it. You know, he's losing this debate big time. He's pivoting constantly. He can't even keep on topic. Can't remember what he said 5 minutes before. It's insane. It's absolutely wild. And I just want to address one. Well, actually, let me go ahead. We got some super chats real quick, so let me go through them real quick here. Okay, so Anton said 1,000 joules loot box. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Then we got Snake Venom sent 10 joules. Happy poop. Absolutely. Everything Andrew Wilson is a part of is definitely poop. I agree with that. Axe Capital sent 200 joules. Jamming. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. And one of the things that I really want to address is at the beginning of the part of this interview, they specifically were like, well, what evidence do you have Israel is involved? What evidence do you have Israel's involved? Okay, well, first off, one of the very things that made Israel suspicious was that Bibi Netanyahu was one of the first people that came out, even before Trump, and said that Charlie was dead, confirming Charlie was dead. Outside of like Victor Marx, who was part of Turning Point's orbit, he was the first one that was not in Turning Point orbit that said Charlie was dead. So that's suspicious by itself. Then you have the fact that then he came out like a day or two later and was like, we did not kill Charlie Kirk, before anybody was even really suggesting that. That was really suspicious. And then you had the post that Trump tweeted about Charlie Kirk, where he had the Israeli flag in the background, and then in Hebrew written in the back of it, it was like it was an insult. I forget exactly what it said, but it was an insult. If you guys remember it, maybe you can remind me.
It had Shlomo Pearl. It wasn't in Hebrew. It was written in English underneath. It was a Getty Images photo. You can go to Getty Images and see it, which means like useful idiot essentially. And it was
exactly
Trump and Charlie hugging, and Trump put that on his Truth Social.
Exactly. So, useful idiot. So that's another thing that clearly that was intentional. Once again, that gave us a lot of suspicion right there. Then you have all of the Google Trends results that we were coming out very early on in the investigation, where every single aspect of that case, every person involved, from the prosecutor to the doctors at the hospital, to the surgeon that worked on Charlie, to the police officers that were there that day, to the president of UVU, to Tyler Robinson, to Lance Twiggs, to Phil Lime, all these people were all Google searched according to Google Trends from Israel prior to Charlie's death. And they were all around the same window, around, I think, it was either June or July window, for the most part, which is like when they were planning it. They started the planning phase, we believe. So that's suspicious. And then it come to find out that there were 12 Israeli cell phones that were on the ground at UVU that day. And I actually have a video about that. And when I say 12 Israeli cell phones, I don't mean like they're using an Israeli VPN or something like, no. These cell phones were actually registered. Someone walked into a store, a phone store in Israel, and that's where these phones were turned on and registered while they were in Israel. But yeah, so I want to go ahead and show that real quick. It's only a 3-minute clip, so let me go ahead and share that. Okay, make sure I got it on screen. Yep. Okay, here we go.
Here's some explosive news for you that I can now, beyond a shadow of a doubt, confirm. Putting my name on this. Not only can I confirm this, but I can publicly challenge the very Zionist occupied Trump administration, who is aware of this, to deny it, to come out and say, no, that's not true. Okay. And if Kash Patel is done crying about the mean tweets on the internet regarding his sensational singing girlfriend, he can also certainly make the time of day to deny what I am saying if it is untrue, right? Because this is pretty relevant. Now, I should say that some people had actually reported this earlier, like Mel. I've been telling you to follow her, Village Crazy Lady over on X. She was actually very early with this reporting, and I had heard rumors and rumblings, but I wanted to make sure that I had verifiable proof, enough proof that I would go out on a limb, as I'm doing right now, and asserting that it is authentic and it is real. Ladies and gentlemen, there were, for whatever reason, 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground at Utah Valley University the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This has completely spooked the people that are very high up in government. Now, to be clear, I don't mean that there were 12 VPNs that were switched and routed through Israel on that day. I mean that there were 12 personal cell phone accounts that were opened in Israel, okay? Like you go into Verizon in Tennessee or in Connecticut and you open your phone. I am saying that they opened their phones in Israel, those accounts in Israel, and they were on the ground on September 10th at Utah Valley University when Charlie was shot. Now, the NSA knows this. Kash Patel knows this. People in the current administration know this, and they are desperate for some reason to stop that information from being released to the public. Why? Because they're the most transparent administration ever? Is that why? Is this like Jeffrey Epstein transparency that we're getting? Because that's what it feels like. It always seems that on the topic of this one nation that's only the size of New Jersey and has done nothing wrong ever and was truly the greatest friend to Charlie right up until the very end, never put any pressure on him, suddenly everybody abandoned their
There's
vows.
a fire clip, Colin.
Friends.
Yep. And then not only that, but then we come to find out, you remember when they were doing the Iran, the negotiations for a ceasefire or for a peace deal or whatever between Iran, Israel, and the United States, and Pakistan was the host country that was kind of moderating that, and they all met in a certain hotel in Pakistan. Well, sure enough, those 12 Israeli cell phones linked to Charlie Kirk surfaced at the Islamabad Serena Hotel, which is where peace talks were happening.
That's insane.
And exactly. And this, by the way, the guy that released this, Tony Saruga, he is a high intel source. He's a consultant for NSA or whatever. Like he's a what do they call it, a contractor, and a contractor for them. But he has all kind of tools that would be able to tell this, and he's very credible. He's always put out factual information. But yeah, his post right here. Oh, that's not it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find his original post real quick. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Raw GPS data shows that 44 registered cell phones were in the immediate area of Charlie Kirk on that sad day. 16 Israeli, 13 Chinese, 12 Russian, and 3 Iranian. Our system just alerted us that 4 of the 16 Israeli cell phones that were at UVU that day had arrived in Islamabad last evening at the Islamabad Serena Hotel, which, by the way, like I said, that is exactly where Israel's top people and Trump's top people were all meeting with Iran and Pakistan to do these negotiations. So the same people that were involved in the negotiations, the same people from Israel that were involved in the negotiations with Iran were also somehow at the UVU event that day with Charlie Kirk. So yeah. So that's why, I mean, there's other stuff that's come out since then, but like that's the big stuff that I can remember just off the top of my head. That is why so many people think Israel did it, you know? And then we find another thing is we find out that Ben Shapiro, you know, one of his security team members, Ben Shapiro was getting updates from one of his security team members who was getting updates from somebody in the car with Charlie on his security team as they were going to the hospital. And we know that Ben Shapiro is very close to Israel and is one of their attack dogs and is, you know, constantly talks to BB. Plus, obviously the text messages, you know, and the threats to Charlie.
How crazy her chat is going right now, dude. This is insane.
You mean Candace's?
Yeah, dude. There's still 200,000 people watching, but the chat is just going mental. It's.
Let me pull up the chat. I haven't looked.
I'm awe. I'm just stunned. And I'm wondering if they're like hashing something out behind the scenes right now, because I feel like it's been a pretty long break.
Oh wow, yeah, that's super flying. I've never seen it move that fast.
Yeah,
that's
dude, it was
crazy
like glitching
fast
for me at one point. It was like, yeah. Shit, they make crowdfund the 300K just from super chats.
I'm telling you, right? My goodness. Wow, yeah, that's wild to me. Clearly, there's a lot of people that care about this case and are involved, though. You know.
Dude, this was the JFK of our generation, of course. And like, if you don't care, I feel like there's something wrong with you. But unfortunately, that's what I find I'm running into more often than not. It's just people kind of just shrugging it off, which is frustrating.
Honestly, people are to the point where it's like, well, what can we do? Like, a lot of people have told me, like, we care, but what can we do? What can we do? You know, both sides are corrupt. Oh, we're back. Let me turn the volume on here.
I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond.
Well,
Thanks
you don't
again,
have to play
Axe,
it
for the
because,
super
like,
chat.
if you're
Appreciate
saying
it,
that
brother.
when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that
100%.
Lance or Amber
Absolutely.
are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the
this
clip
is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're
conceded.
going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know
She
that
made
there's
a
5+
mistake,
prints. I've said
obviously.
this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this, and I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
I
So
kind of think she's wrong on that. I don't know.
Sure. This is like
I
the
watched it.
Kirk.
I streamed the whole preliminary hearing.
All right,
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
This
but we
just
could do it
goes-
this
I'm gonna
way.
have to
This
watch
goes
that
to a
back
previous
myself.
claim that you made.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. for questioning at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad.
I love that
really do
Candace is
not
smiling.
care who wants to be upset after
I love this
episode.
clip by her,
Really,
by the way.
you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because
Yeah,
this is all
because she
becoming
knows what he's doing.
increasingly
She started it in the he started in the middle of the
asking
sentence
me
again.
to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's
Confirm
already.
Why
said-
do they,
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they
She
owe
got
you
an
that,
escort on
though?
Air
Why
Force
do
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on
But
my
then
show,
again,
I
they're
can
the
say
ones
that.
complaining
They
that,
owe
that
me
everybody's
something, and I
attacking
think
them
that's
thinking
ever-
they're
Yeah, but
guilty.
if you say like you
So
need to be
if
sat
you
down for
want to
questioning
dispel
and you don't even know
people's
if they haven't been.
suspicions, then you would be open
That's
and
strange,
honest
right?
and
Do
be
you know if they
forthcoming with
haven't?
information.
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind
entire
of filling the air.
if your
with
entire thing
She's-
is
junk.
She's
if you're-
cooking
no, it's
him,
not
bro.
junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an
Oh
inference.
my
it creates out
gosh.
to the ethos that this should be happening. because
Speech is
something's wrong here.
dangerous, and
When
I'm
most people
Andrew
have
Wilson,
knowledge of
and
anything
words
they
are
do at all.
scary to me. Like,
I
what
just
are we
think that
doing?
my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But
Exactly.
you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either.
And the
So,
evidence
like I
suggests
said,
that
I
she
feel like now you're
hasn't
just
been,
kind of
like
filling
Candace
the air
said.
with
They
knowledge.
gave her
It's like,
Charlie's
we want-
devices
to my
back.
Make sure that you go in there and you
You know,
defend Erica, and I have
the
to
Trump
say, I don't think
administration
you've
has
done an
been
extraordinary
coordinating
job
with
at
her to
But I'm
put
not
out
here to defend Erica.
like that
If it was-
letter
was
from
like-
Scott
Since 4
Bissett.
out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
Mhm.
time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something, and you're saying no, and
Yeah, it
that is
seems
what
like
I
very
think
bad
will
faith
register
of
to
him.
people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of
Oh,
Andrew
completely.
to try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring claims,
We did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims,
Your
that you would want
claim.
me to say, I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mhm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What's not? What didn't
yeah,
happen?
the way that you're framing the exchange,
What
that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the
That's not what
beginning,
happened
I
at
did not
all,
take
really.
an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with
Yeah,
Andrew.
that's
I
not what
actually debated the
happened.
substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing, and I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of the hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna get
account for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We were
Yeah.
supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part
or
of the
not
case.
there was overwhelming
Supposed to be debating the
evidence.
case,
These are
not
your
Candace
claims
Owens.
about the
Fact.
case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and
pivoted.
things that I've
And we
said.
got through.
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I don't think 4 out
perception
of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a
you
few
just-
of them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up.
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3.
3.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's
But-
which is why you were asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet Erica
claims.
is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into now if you'd like to.
Well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
from
thing.
7
One more,
days
okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
two.
and
We
then
were
we
getting
go to
into the
Patsy.
Patsy stuff and you stopped it and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not
Not
say
really.
that you are allowed
Wow.
to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have
I'm
it your
still-
way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people
This
can
is
fairly assess the
insane,
situation. So
dude.
you have it your
This
way. I
is
will not ask the
actually
question.
insane.
Totally
What
fair
a
with me.
what a bitch, dude.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Totally.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for
What
the
a
clip?
bitch.
Okay. You guys have it
Wow.
in the back?
I hope
Okay, beautiful.
Pastor David's eyes are have been opened by this exchange. Truly.
Yeah, I don't know. He's it's all about money for him too.
Yeah, I
So
know.
regardless what his personal opinion is, he's willing to set that aside
Your
Jeopardy
team
thing.
told
for the
me they
love of
had it,
money.
so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I
Twiggs
can't hear this. My
has his
thing went off. Just tell me
DNA
what
on
it
the
says on
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this- considered this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I think
that?
that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
so you're going to
message.
read it on my show but not show it.
That's insane. No, he
What-
should show the
what a
text right now. Show the text
POS.
now.
Total
Show the
POS.
text now. You brought it into the debate. Show it now.
Because I want to drip out the evidence. You know,
That's what a
got to drip out that evidence.
What a
to keep people
scumbag.
coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like
He looks like an
yeah,
asshole.
I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
What
Well,
a
I also would just,
douchebag.
if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges,
It's not the
that
charges.
he's being charged.
Yeah, can we
She's
list
about to
them real
prove
quick?
he
I'll
hasn't.
say exactly
She's
which
about,
ones.
she's about to prove he
I'll pull
hasn't.
them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges?
doesn't even
he's
know.
up for right now.
He doesn't
Yeah,
know.
of course, but
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but, I mean,
following
it seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler
Yep.
Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should
All
like.
right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
That he's,
You can really hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So
Mhm.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think
She-
he's.
she
I think he's been
probably
charged
can.
with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And
Why?
I-
Why?
I-
Can you
Why
name
should
all
she have to?
7?
You can't even name
Then do
one,
it.
asshole.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have
Name
to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
There's
Okay.
a difference.
So just for people-
There's a
no, don't-
difference,
I don't have
Andrew
to put in a
Wilson.
time limit.
You
There's nothing going on.
stupid.
And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined, and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
you're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm going to say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to.
He's
rush
about
this.
to be embarrassed.
He's about to shit his
very
pants.
flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon.
It's going to be so fun
The
to
next
make a
2
video.
charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering,
Yes.
witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged with it.
just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder.
No.
That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive.
murder.
There's a massive
This gets
difference.
to the
Andrew Wilson,
entire
you're an
crux
idiot.
of why
You are
him
an
being
idiot.
Up for the death sentence, and I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to
Amen.
know one of the
Amen.
charges that are up against Tyler.
God
Robinson
bless
and
Candace
using the
Owens.
evidence
Exactly.
overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
Aggravated
Make
murder,
Andrew
felony
read them out
discharge
loud.
of a
You should
firearm,
make Andrew read them.
obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7.
Violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front of
minor.
a child.
Yeah.
what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my
Oh
phone.
my God!
No, you
What an
can
idiot!
absolutely not. I
No,
did
yeah, we
not
should
have
see the
one
Charlie
communication
text in that
with a
case.
single
If
person,
he's asking
not
that
even my
question.
producers who are in there this whole time. We were
Yeah,
there. You wanna check my
exactly.
phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do
see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do
We
that.
should.
Here you
She
go.
should be like, show me the
You
Charlie
ready?
text if I
You're
show
the
you this.
moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mhm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You're giving me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other texts? Could have been Telegram.
Oh
could
my
have been something
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal.
You know she stands on
Telegram I
truth,
used in
Andrew. You
Russia,
know you're
and
cooked,
that was
bud.
it. I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like.
Can we see
I
Charlie's
deeply care
text
about
now
this case.
that
I
you
don't
brought
need
in?
to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about the
know.
case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have
do
the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse.
She
I
said
have
this
said
earlier.
The person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you,
I
you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said
She
earlier, in this
said that she
conversation
did
was I spoke
confirm
to
she
the
talked to
owner
the
when
owner
I broke that
earlier.
Story. I think it was back in January. I
She was the
spoke to
first one that
owner,
actually broke
understood
it,
what
yeah.
had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't-
I just said the opposite.
There
I
is
said
a
there
receipt.
is
Well,
a
you don't
receipt.
have a copy of the receipt.
This guy's an idiot. Dude.
The receipt was published
he's
online.
grasping so
Yeah, right.
hard.
With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that
Is that
Tyler was
diligent?
at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt, it was his
Yeah.
debit card number. It would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
Yes.
I think you should follow the person that is.
Go ask
behind
Diligent,
that
big
story.
dog.
Well, the
Or
reason I'm
something like
asking
that.
you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we
Mhm.
feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the
Mhm.
receipt is good enough to put on
But-
our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just
Mhm.
call the merchant
Well-
account processor and say, "What's
All
the
right,
name
I'll
on
check
this?"
it out.
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day.
I feel like we're
That's
gonna
where it's
find all this
gonna
out in
stay,
court,
and
bro.
If
You
it
know?
gets debunked, I'm happy to take
Yep.
it off. If
Mhm.
that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they
Yeah,
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly
Mhm.
what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler
Yes,
Robinson's?
you should. If we're trying,
It
to build a
has been
timeline, you should.
verified.
Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
you know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what
Yep.
happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No.
Somebody else did.
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that
Exactly.
as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop
Mhm.
that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there.
There is
And
evidence.
the
What are you
steakhouse
talking about?
receipt
There's
itself has
the
never been
server
confirmed
said
with
it, the
Tyler
owner
Robinson.
said
I'm
it, the
assuming this is
receipt
just like a talking
is
point
there
thing,
that
you gotta,
has
like, keep
Tyler
pushing this,
Robinson's
or, like,
name
I've been following it very
and
closely on
debit
X.
card
receipt,
number.
you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
The
to know.
state even
Are you following it
admitted
very
that
closely?
he was
because-
tracked to a
wait, you think-
steakhouse
I'm
or
calling
whatever.
owners of
Do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait.
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
You didn't. No, that's not
hairs.
splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like,
mean
you don't
that at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
Absolutely.
It's a death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else is going to be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know what his issue
with
is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the
It's
issue
not like she's a
is
government
that the
official or a
entirety
police
of the
officer
evidence
or anything.
revolves around two people who claim that he was there
Mhm.
and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm.
Yeah,
whose
that does
receipt it
piss
is.
me off. He should have
We
just
have
released it.
today,
I don't know why he
nobody
blurred it
has
out.
confirmed
Diligent's such a
that this was
retard for
actually
doing
Tyler
that.
Robinson's receipt, and yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And so, and that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork.
Yeah.
And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the
Precisely
1102 rule would apply here for your
Because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's cool.
Sure, you can keep whatever
Great.
you want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No
we've
hard
delivered the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you
Blake
went,
finally
or you
tweeted.
searched and studied your habits, you'd call the police.
Oh yeah. Let's pull up old Blakey boy. See what he's got to
Dude,
say.
he just got cooked. Bro's credibility is done. He should never get in front of a mic ever again. Andrew Wilson, you should never do another debate for the rest of your life, bro. Your credibility is cooked. You look like an idiot. You look like a fool.
Hold on. Whoa. Who are you talking about?
Andrew Wilson.
You said Blake tweeted. Blake never saying all that?
No. I'm commenting. Blake said some stuff about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you confused me.
Oh, sorry. No.
Okay, so yeah, let's put up. So Blake Neff, he said, okay. He said, the woman who has presented a year defending her conduct as just asking question gets very upset at the prospect of answering direct questions in person. Wonder why? Oh no, she's very much able to answer questions, but his aren't in good faith. He's using gotcha games and using clips out of context about stuff that he doesn't even understand to try to trap her and to make her look stupid instead of actually talking about the evidence. If you want to ask her what her opinions are, you want to ask questions or whatever, get her why she's asked like the questions she's asking. Then the thing you would do is you would try to ask her, well, how did you come to that conclusion? And she would explain this and this and this and this. But anytime she's tried to do that, he has cut her off and interrupted her basically every step of the way. And he constantly changed the subject,
No, he is the definition of like a bad faith actor. It's
100%.
He came from nowhere. You want to talk about a grifter, dude? This guy came out of nowhere, started debating OnlyFans girls, claims to be a Christian, simultaneously defends rape, like tries to justify it. It's insane. And Blake Neff is just there clapping him along. Candace hit the nail on the head with the show pony line.
Oh, totally. Absolutely. Robert Neal's influence. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Mason, there's a good clip right here. This was a good one.
On top of that, so there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
But
go
if
through.
air is-
But I also want to say that you're saying this
Yeah.
can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And
Why?
He's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Well,
Did
because
he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say.
He hasn't even seen the clip. He hasn't even seen the clip.
If it is the case that you have energy
This is insane.
and you have
On top of that, so there's another miracle. You didn't get blown.
Yeah, and Unfuck America here says, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, Candace Owens. Absolutely, 100%. Candace needs to put this on a shirt in her merch store. And Steven Crowder, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk actually participated, had foreknowledge, or facilitated the murder of Kirk? I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. There you have it. She either doesn't know or she's a coward. No, if you're an idiot, dude. She clearly is not stupid enough to fall for his bait, but she's saying it in a way that all of us understood what she meant. Yes, she does believe that, but she's not stupid enough to actually say that out loud.
I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here.
Oh my
Everything
God.
that is on my podcast. I think
Hey, if you're out there saying it's clear Erica or TPUSA did it, guess what? Candace won't say it.
I would seat them all.
So either she doesn't know or she's a coward and you need a better champion. So all the people.
Or it could be exactly what she said, that she doesn't want to get sued because she knows that they're trying to set her up to sue her.
These people are insane, dude. The Fed sloppers are working overtime.
Oh, big time. It's wild to me.
That's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with it.
Is it we back on yet? Let me see. Okay, nope, still on a break. Okay, cool. Yeah, now, and as far as Erica Kirk goes, obviously, yeah, and here's my opinion on it, okay? I don't believe that Erica Kirk is the one that actually fired the shot, obviously. I don't
He's
think
back.
any
He's
of us
back.
are saying that. No, he's back. No, it's not back yet.
I think it is.
Unless, oh, it is. What? That's weird. I don't know what happened.
Before we wrap it up, I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing, just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy.
Wow.
She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved.
He avoided that whole conversation.
No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't
This is
even
what
know
they
if
all
she has.
they
Like, maybe
repeat
she
so
has, I
many
have no idea.
lies that
Yes, I'm
there's
gonna have
no
an
way to
official
just
timeline.
go
They
back
repeat it
and
until
fine.
it sticks and it
Hey,
becomes their
it's
truth.
hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero.
Yeah, okay,
And the
bud.
continuous kind of expression.
It's going to be so fun to clip.
We're running an investigation.
Yeah.
What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims?
She did confirm it.
Israel's
What are you talking
involved
about?
and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence. We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And
that's exactly what she did. That's what all of us have done.
Simply intuition based.
You're just repeating bullshit, fed, lie, talking points.
Intuition.
The lone
Almost
shooter
none of it
theory
has
is the
any evidence at
conspiracy
all.
theory.
Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all.
Massive gaslighting,
that Tyler Robinson
absolutely.
was a patsy that was ever.
Oh yeah,
put
no
forward by Candace
evidence.
This entire
Sure,
debate.
buddy.
Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing.
I don't think it was long enough. I think it should have been 10 hours, honestly.
Convincing.
They barely went into any of the evidence. An hour and a half of actually digging into the evidence was not nearly enough.
Patsy.
Yeah, it should have been 3 and 3.
Nothing for any of her conspiracies. Nada, zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show,
she hasn't backed away from anything.
To be making those claims, so she just had nothing.
She literally sat there and said, "Yep, I said that. Yep, I said that. Yep, I said that."
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong. on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are
Way more
people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up. And that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about rants and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted, but I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair enough.
No longer here with us.
You know, none of us know exactly what went on, but you know, we just know that there's a lot of strange things, and asking questions is not wrong. That's what Charlie, you know, encouraged everybody to do.
PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up.
Total win for Candace.
Everybody. God bless.
Absolutely, brother.
Bye.
What a day. Wow. Well, that was fun. Holy moly. Wow, it's over.
Yeah, man. Wild. I honestly, I'm sad that it was not longer. It should have been a lot longer. They, like
I'll
I
tell
said,
you what, I don't think Turning Point got what they wanted, which was to get Candace to slip up. But they should have known who they were going up against. You know.
No, she didn't slip up whatsoever. You know, and honestly, and the one thing that she supposedly conceded or whatever about Lance's DNA not being on the rifle, I actually think she's mistaken on that, because I watched that trial and that's what I thought too. That they said that Lance's DNA was on all the items that would include the rifle. So I'll have to go back and watch it. I may be mistaken on that, but I don't think I am. I think she might be confused on that, but we'll see. But yeah, man, I think they didn't get what they want for sure. I don't think. You know, their goal. She mopped him, absolutely, and that whole question asking, like, he didn't even know what the charges were. Like, he's saying there's no evidence. Like, clearly he hasn't reviewed any of the evidence that we've been, that any of us, Candace, myself, Baron, and any of us, he hasn't reviewed any of the evidence that we put out for the last 11 months, whatever it is, since Charlie died. If he doesn't even know the charges that Tyler Robinson is facing, you know, like, come on.
I know, that's
And
what
that
I'm
was a
working on
great
blowing
gotcha.
up right now.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna post some of these clips when we get off as well. It you know, there's definitely some good ones in there for sure.
It's that needed to happen. I'm very glad that happened, just for the sake of debate and dialogue, and getting to the truth. Ultimately, for Charlie's sake, you know, I think that he'd be happy that happened. So.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about, and that's the only thing is I'm glad it happened, because obviously this only makes them look even worse than they really are. You know, they're the ones that sent this guy. He acted in totally bad faith the entire debate. That only makes their side look even worse. Even the fact that they're even engaging with this guy and hiring him and promoting him, that makes them look bad as is anyway. But yeah, I mean, it just, that's the only reason I think I'm glad it happened. But as far as like anything else, like, there was no upside. Like Candace, I mean, I guess that's kind of an upside, but there wasn't much upside to it. I'll put it this way, because there really wasn't any sense in debating him, because one, he's bad faith. Two, his whole thing was to just try to trip her up and get her to say something, you know, that could be used later, actionable in court. And, you know, thirdly, he didn't, you know, he doesn't know any of the firsthand information that we are asking. Like, all the questions that we've been asking all this time, like the real person, like she said a couple times during the thing, the real person, that the people that need to sit down and do a debate are, you know, the people that were there that day, like Blake Neff, or, you know, not even that, like, you just Erica Kirk.
Just get Andrew Colvette, the spokesperson, like she was saying.
Yeah.
He needs to be the one having that debate, not Andrew Wilson. Like, yeah, it's disgusting.
100%, big time. So that's basically what we got there. Okay, so I think I've already read all these super chats, didn't I?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna bounce.
I think I did.
And go start my day after that. Holy moly!
Yeah,
thanks for having
real.
me, Colin. That was a lot of fun, dude. We need to do more of these for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely everybody go follow Art Memoir on X and YouTube, and well, actually everywhere. Also, be sure, the other person that stopped in with us, Lauren Paricha, be sure to follow her as well, at Lauren P, everywhere except X. And she's at Lauren Paricha on X, I believe. But definitely follow them. They do good work. And Art himself, like I said, or, you know, Mitchell, I mean, himself has been been going hard after them. You know, like, if you guys don't know who he is, he's a former you know, he worked for Turning Point, and not just that, he was very close. You know, he knew all these people firsthand. You know, he knew Charlie, he worked with Charlie, he knew Terrell, worked with Terrell. So yeah, I mean, he's got a very unique opinion, and he's a good person to follow for sure. He has a unique skill set when it comes to calling them out, and he also has, you know, some very, very bombshell stuff that's going to be coming out in the coming weeks, which is going to definitely raise some eyebrows. So I'll just say that. So you definitely want to be following him.
Yeah, stay tuned, and I'll let you wrap up here, bro. But thanks again for having me, and we'll be in touch. And God bless. Take care.
All right, brother. Anyway, yeah. So that was the debate. Like I said, overall, I think Candace won, without question. There wasn't even, to me, there's no debate in my mind. It wasn't a stalemate. It wasn't even close. Like, Kendra mopped the floor with him, just like I knew she would. my only thing that I had a problem with is I think it should have been longer. I don't think 3 hours was enough. Because the first hour, like out of that 3 hours, the last hour and a half was Andrew just doing his gotcha bullshit on Candace and not addressing the actual evidence and facts of the case. So the first hour and a half is really the only real debate that we had, where we actually addressed evidence and facts, and we barely delve into any of it. So, that's my only criticism, is I wish it was longer. It should have been, at the very least, it should have been 3 hours per side, at least 3, that way, or I don't know about per side, but there should have been at least, they should have addressed the facts a lot longer than just the gotcha crap that Andrew wanted to do. But that's basically it, guys. Thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate you all. I love you all. Thank you, everybody who supported the stream with super chats. Thank you. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Later, Gators.